Distinguished guests, welcome back. We hope you had a good lunch and engaging conversations. We will now be moving into our thematic sessions. We have 3 today and another 3 tomorrow. Thematic session A is on promoting high-growth youth entrepreneurship. It will be moderated by Ms. Susanna Swidrowski, Director of the Socio-Economic Development Division here at the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa. She'll be joined by various speakers, including the founder and managing director of Lasher, Abrame Andreas Butais. Also, the manager of corporate strategy, African Export-Import Bank Online, Thierry Kangoye. As well will be Chief Financial Economist and Coordinator, Enable Youth Program of the African Development Bank, Edson Mpisi, also online. The founder and president, Ethiopian Youth Entrepreneurs Association, Samia Godu. We also have co-founder and CEO, Arai Consultancy, Reiso Ismail. And also Economic Affairs Officer, Social Policy Section, Socio-Economic Development Division of ECA, Jane Muthumbi. Director Swidrowski, you have the floor. The session will run for 65 minutes.
Thank you very much, moderator, and many thanks to all attendees and also to our participants. So they were already introduced. So let me just briefly mention the purpose of this session. So we are expected to contribute to the identification of practical solutions, as was actually said this morning by the executive secretary. So we are not looking only for ideas, but actually how to bring them to action and see results. And youth entrepreneurship is particularly important area. As was said, more than 15 million entrants of young people into the labor market every year, and only 3 million jobs being created in the formal sector. So youth entrepreneurship is part of the solution, but it's of course not the only answer. It's just one part of the solution. And we should also keep in mind entrepreneurship is not for everyone. And as was also said this morning, it is not only about startups. What is important that actually the startups survive and grow and provide high productive and high quality jobs for others. Let me quickly, we just have a new panelist that is joining us. So let me introduce Ms. Samia Abdul Kadir Godu, who is the founder and leader of Ethiopia's startup ecosystem and beyond. She has experience in building and strengthening Ethiopia's entrepreneurship ecosystem and especially supporting youth-led enterprises. So we will welcome and we will also benefit from your views. And then we also have Mr. Abraham Butais, who is CEO of Lersha and who is a founder who successfully scaled business. And that was the most critical, and he will be sharing the most critical experiences from his company. So without further ado, let me start with the first set of questions, and it is actually to Ms. Samia, Samia Godu, and actually to all panelists, just to start, what do you view from your experience as the most important factor that is preventing enterprises led by youth to grow and survive and grow and employ others, and what practical solutions would you recommend? So your reaction would be appreciated.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for your kind introduction. I am here to share my reflection for every question according to our 6 years experience of Ethiopian Young Entrepreneurs Association and our current membership data. First of all, Ethiopian Youth Entrepreneurs Association is founded by us, we young entrepreneurs, 6 years ago, and we are the one who leads it. So who we are all of the founders of the association is startups. I personally had an education, edutech startup, my vice president in manufacturing startup, our boards with health tech, fintech, and diverse sector. So we came together and found this association 6 years ago and get the license from the Civic Society Authority of Ethiopia. And we are here to bridge opportunities and to amplify the voice of our young entrepreneurs, because we are a part of the solution, and we are the one who is victim from the unenabling ecosystem, unenabling innovation in startup ecosystem in Ethiopia. So during our 6 years journey, I am humble enough to say that we really create an impact when it comes to even the word startups. Her Excellency, you can be maybe a witness, because you stayed sometimes in Ethiopia, and you can see how the change about even the word startups, and how the concerned bodies and the one who's the player, including today we are here talking about startup and innovation. So we bring this as an awareness, because 6 years ago with my private company, when I went to the government officials, and nobody said that, nobody knows about the word by itself, you know. Even we don't have an Amharic term for startup, you know. So the awareness from the concerned bodies, the government, the players. So yeah, we really create impact when it comes to bring the agenda to the table. So this is the first things. Then after we create the awareness, and after we make the agenda, the second and the big thing we do is we are the champion of the Ethiopian Startup Proclamation. Last year in July 2025, on the first time, Ethiopia has the Ethiopian Startup Proclamation, and we are the one who's still actively working in the implementation of becoming, like, translating this proclamation to directives, and translating this proclamation to implementation, because this proclamation have a lot of players, a lot of engagements that really expecting not only from our association and from the young entrepreneurs, but a lot of players, even almost 11 ministries, including in the proclamation, and also all the players in the ecosystem, starting from giving the designation of being in startups. Yeah, so this is the big achievement and the big things that we did so far. And currently we have 1,200 active members and who's fully registered and paid their membership fee through the Telabor digital national fintech platform. But we have more than 20,000 plus young entrepreneurs network, and the one who's aspiring entrepreneurship starting from the universities. Thank you so much.
Thank you for this insight. And then the next question I would like to ask Mr. Abraham Buta is very similar one. So what is the main bottleneck, and what are the practical solutions to overcoming it when it comes to developing high growth enterprises led by young people?
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Abraham Andreas. I'm a managing director and founder of Lersha. Lersha is an agtech company. We are based in Ethiopia, currently expanding to Eastern and Southern Africa. I think the question, Samia somehow touched upon some of the challenge experienced by fast-growing SME in Ethiopia and in the African context. To say a little bit about Lersha, we are promoting a one-stop digital solution to smallholder farmers. As you know, the demography of smallholder farmers in the African context is characterized by fragmented land. So serving them one at a time might not be profitable in terms of financial feasibility. So technology can be leveraged to aggregate demand from input and output side as well. We use agent network. These are son and daughter of farmer in a rural area. These are young people graduate from universities in agricultural field. So these young people serve as a bridge between a farmer and our digital platform. Because the reality of a smallholder farmer, they have a low literacy, low connectivity, and low phone ownership issue. So we hear a lot about digital technology in agriculture, but on reality, no smallholder farmer care about the digital technology. What they want is the seed, fertilizer, or the mechanization service itself. So we should see it as a pipeline, as a tool to reach more farmers in a rural area. So some of the challenge experienced by these fast-growing SMEs, one is lack of data. Most of the sectors in African context, it's not well documented. So during landing stage, it takes a lot of effort and time to understand the context. And in every sector, context is a king. If you talk about agriculture, value chains, they don't behave in the same way. And if you move from one geography to another, let alone from one African country to another, but even within a single country, across multiple geographies, different value chains behave differently. So unless we have data, unless we have a proper context, a solution that might work in one area might fail in another geography, unless we contextualize it. So that's one big challenge. And the solution is partnership. Many sectors in Africa are public dominated. The government still play a big role, and they have data. They have well documented experience, success stories across years, but it's not publicly available. So SMEs owned by youth should partner with such public institutions to actually get data, to learn better, and it cut the time that takes to actually grow the company. The other is access to finance. It's not a problem of access. Finance is not available. It's available, but it's available for those who have collateral, those who actually built their institution in favor of requirements set by the financial institutions. If I give you some examples in the agricultural sector, 85% of Ethiopian population lives in agricultural sector, and 64% of the job in Ethiopia is created through agriculture sector. But it's less than 2% of the finance goes to the agriculture sector. So as a young farmer, if you have a piece of land given by your family to access basic inputs such as seed, fertilizer, and crop protection, no financial institution will give you a credit of $300 or $400. So this is one of the challenge, and the solution for this is a data-driven approach. I mean, financial institution as a company, we built a youth credit scoring for young farmer, where a ticket size of $300 or $400 is given to a young farmer if they fulfill some demographic characteristics and psychometric characteristics. So that's a good start, where we started with $250. Now we are talking about $400 and plus for a hectare of land. So there are challenges, but also these challenges, if there is intentionality and there is an effort, there are listening hearts in the public sector, in the development partners, also to make it easy and make agriculture also profitable for these young people.
Thank you very much for this insight, in particular talking about agriculture, which is a key sector in many African countries and providing employment, and also highlighting actually a constraint that is not so often mentioned, which is lack of data, and linking young people with information that they need, but also bringing the constraints to policymakers. Now, you mentioned several important factors. One of them was finance, and the other one is partnerships. So I'd like to now ask online Mr. Edson Psi, who was also with us at the online webinar several months ago, who is the Chief Financial Economist and Coordinator of the African Development Bank's Enable Youth program. And if you could maybe from your experience share what type of financial instrument may help to young people to grow their enterprises, and then also how can various institutions, including ECA, how can we work together with the African Development Bank to help overcome these constraints?
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. I hope you can hear me and see me. Can you hear me well?
Yes, but we don't see you yet. At least I don't see.
Okay. Anyway, that's all right. At least I'll talk about that. Yeah, so yes, you rightly point out that there are quite a number of challenges, facing youth entrepreneurship on the continent. And obviously, the biggest bottleneck is not ideas or ambition. There's a lot of that. You can see from the young entrepreneurs who are sitting there on the panel with you. But one of the biggest, I think, challenge really is finance being one of them, but actually having a complete, comprehensive ecosystem that helps youth-led enterprises move from survival to scalable businesses. So those are some of the, I think, I've couched it in a comprehensive way. But since you asked specifically about finance, we find that that is also one of the biggest challenges. I think data has shown that Africa's tech VC deals fell about 52% between 2022 and 2024. Another big challenge about for finance is that roughly 80% of African startup funding comes from abroad. What that means is that if there is any shock, from abroad, we feel it much more in this area of startups. Now, this makes the startups highly vulnerable to global shocks. The other key challenge about financing is that women-led firms are hit especially hard. You find that female-founded startups received only about 6.8% of investment in 2024. Now, having said that, for both, whether it's the ECA, ADB, and other development financial institutions, we need to tailor our financial systems or let's say instruments to tailor them to youth entrepreneurs. And there are many ways to do that, especially coming in with blended financing, because you might find that the local banks would be able to finance, but the risk, the way they view some of these entrepreneurs is that the risk is high. So we could use some amount of blended financing where we could do co-financing. That would reduce the risk, and then the local financial institutions can support youth entrepreneurs. We can also use guarantees, and there's a lot that has been said about that or has happened in the past. And the bank, I'm coordinator of an initiative called Enable Youth, where we support youth entrepreneurs in the agri-business sector. And we have used all of these instruments of co-financing to reduce, to provide blended financing that ends up reducing the interest rates, for example. Or we have used guarantees with local financial institutions to allow them, to be able to provide concessional financing to youth entrepreneurs. And right now, the bank that has a new initiative called NAFAD, where we're trying to bring in all financial institutions, on a platform of African financial institutions to be able to provide, financing at scale to most of the youth entrepreneurs. Thank you very much. I'll stop here for now.
Thank you very much for this insight, and including bringing the attention to blended finance, which is gaining attention in recent or many years, and especially in recent years, and as a way to reduce risk. Building on that, I would like to ask my colleague Jane here. We heard about several types of policies and regulation bottlenecks. So can you maybe pick one and tell us how this can be overcome in your experience? Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. So in terms of the kinds of policies or policy bottlenecks in the area of entrepreneurship, in most countries in Africa, you find that they're generally youth development policies, but very few countries have youth entrepreneurship specific policies. So they tend to be, there are, I think, approximately 4 countries that have policies. And often these policies also, which is another challenge, they're standalone policies. They're not integrated into the broader development policies. And so the issue of fragmentation in that regard contributes to the issue of youth entrepreneurship not contributing significantly to development. So one of the ways to address that is to possibly support countries to develop youth-specific entrepreneurship policies, because youth in general, or young entrepreneurs, they face very different challenges from general entrepreneurs. They tend to be very young. Issues of access to finance, which have been discussed here, affect them in a different way. They lack collateral. And so when they go to financial institutions to seek financing, they can't get it. And so also, I think the perception is still that most people should be aspiring to get a job. Entrepreneurship has issues around stigma around it, although there are very many young people who run businesses. And in most cases, they tend to run informal businesses. So to enable young people to unlock that potential to develop high growth youth entrepreneurship businesses that can contribute to job growth, not only developing jobs for themselves, but also for other people, it is critical that countries develop youth-specific entrepreneurship policies. So in terms of a solution, given that one of the strengths of ECA is developing, supporting member states to develop policy frameworks, this is an area possibly that the institution can work on, support specific countries that lack those youth entrepreneurship policies to develop those kind of policies so that they can support young people who want to become entrepreneurs and to develop high growth enterprises to support them in that regard. So I'll stop there for now.
Thank you very much for these insights. I think one of the important points, and less often mentioned, is actually the perception of entrepreneurship. So it is not the first choice of young people to be entrepreneur, and even less so to be entrepreneur in agriculture. And yet that's realistically where many of these opportunities are. So if there is a little bit of PR behind that systematically, but also linking these jobs with technology, it could become much more interesting. The other one is, as you were saying, young people, are different, and one thing, they have less agency, and we know even when they get the loan is much more easily diverted. And then from some of the research we are doing and others have done, it's also it has been also shown it's important, not to leave them alone. This is why initially some of the youth entrepreneurship funds did not succeed, because young people got money, and then 2 years later someone would ask, okay, what happened, and the loan needs to be repaid. But actually to have mentorship and systematic one, that's one of the methods that keeps to be working. Before we turn to the second round of questions, I wanted to see if there is any question or remark from the audience on what our panelists were saying. We're not leaving it only at the end as an afterthought. So anyone would have a comment or observation now? And if not, I understand also that our participants from the African Export-Import Bank, Thierry Kango, is online. So I would like to ask a similar question as the colleague from the AFDB. So what type of specific financial instrument, and what we also heard was the blended finance and psychometric testing as some of the newer methods. So what type of financial instrument may work for young people and help overcome the obstacle of access to finance? And then second part would be on the partnership. How can we partner with African development banks and Afrexim Bank, we as ECA, going forward? So Thierry, over to you, please.
Director Swidrowski, he's not online at the moment. We will continue following up with him. Thank you.
So, yes. Okay, sorry, so that was a mistake. So, yeah, so we can, is there any comment at this point from the audience? Yes, please.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much for your opportunity to speak in this meeting. I have a comment, not questions, because there is something side with entrepreneurial skills. That means that there is a different direction between entrepreneurial and youth employment opportunity. Youth employment opportunity based on the person or leader or manager that have acquired this opportunity. But entrepreneurial, it is creating a job and give opportunity to use. And that's a good voice from young. And I'm happy to see them. And it is my comment because Africa needed a lot of creating job opportunity for youth. And other for the investing and everything, and that's a good appreciation for them and for you, and thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing your thoughts. And now, so before I turn to audience, I would like to also give opportunity to Ms. Reiso Ismail from Djibouti, who is a CEO of RA Consulting. So can you share your experience and maybe focus on a constraint specific to women, young women that they face?
Thank you very much, Madam Director. My name is Reiso, I think that has been introduced, co-founder of RA Consulting. We mainly specialize in strategic advisory, institutional matchmaking, project coordination and management, and partnerships with the public-private sector. I think that when we are talking about the inclusion of youth, particularly women, and in high-growth enterprises, it's very important to contextualize it with our current demographic reality. We all know that as our continent is navigating its demographic transition, we are hosting the world's largest youth cohorts. I think it's about 445 million of a population. And every year, we're having about 20% of those youth that are not employed, or not educated, or not in any type of training. We know that the current public sector, as they are, cannot absorb them. The private sector industries, the traditional ones at least, also cannot absorb them. So what can we do? The main thing that we need to focus on right now is rethinking on how we can build enabling environments through an integrated approach, or a pathway. What we are seeing is a lot of fragmentation. If we're given the example of startups, because that has been mentioned a lot, or high growth enterprises, a founder may get initial information for business development in one area, then they might get mentorship somewhere else, they might get funding somewhere else, they might get structurization information elsewhere. And that's even more fragmented when we're talking about people, population that are much more vulnerable or marginalized. So I'm particularly talking about women, people who are living also in more rural areas, and I'm not asking for us to kind of lower the barrier of entry, but I think we need to kind of widen the net and redefine what we mean by high growth enterprise. Of course, startup being an important one, because it's highly scalable, it's replicable, it's technologically dependent, and all these things, but it is requiring a lot of the infrastructure that the reality just is that it's localized in very specific urban capitals. which doesn't allow for other types of high growth enterprises to even access. We know there are problems when it comes to opportunities, with a problem when it comes to a lack of access to capital. It's very unfortunate that as a continent, when it comes to global venture capital, we're only receiving about 0.5% globally. That is abysmal. We have heard from other panelists here when it comes to the kind of blended financing approach and these type of things. I would propose a solution that is much more simple, which we can start with a sequential type of funding, meaning you make it in a way that is a lot more inclusive. So that means, who are you targeting? What are the metrics that you are reading through? Is it just about participation? Is it just about the amount of women that are participating in specific programs? Or are you making it in a way that it can be accessible online? Are you making it in a way that you have childcare that's accessible? Are you making specialized programs that can focus on sector specifics? Research are showing that when it comes to any kind of enterprises that are more social or environmental focused, it attracts a lot more of the attention of women. Why? Because women tend to be a lot more taking on more leadership roles when it comes to their communities. We know that if we're investing in women, they have this lever effect where they're able to pull other people out of, if we're talking about social development initiatives or we're talking about poverty reduction. So it does make sense from an economics perspective, from a return on investment perspective, to make it inclusive for not just women, but everybody that is kind of left out in the margins. From my experience working in that ecosystem, especially ecosystem building, you need everybody on board. You need the public sector to put in enabling environments, to put in the kind of policy that is required to allow for certain, companies to be able to grow and access to specific capital. You need the private sector to be interested and look at this is something that's worth a while to invest into. You need the community to have a lot of awareness raising so that they can even understand what startups are. A lot of the time when people are talking about startups, unfortunately, they don't have the best reputation, I would say. Sometimes people use it interchangeably with income generating activities or other means. And if we're going to be serious about job creation, because we no longer have a choice, we have to rethink and reshape how the current model are. We have to be also very serious about where and how we are investing and in the types of integrated approaches. And we have to also be very serious about what kind of metric and outcome are we measuring. It cannot just be about participation. It cannot just be, we need to look at how many companies have survived, how many did not survive, and why. How many have been able to scale? How many of them have been able to have meaningful partnerships? So I think I will probably stop here. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your insights and first-hand insight being CEO. And what I took out of it was again the measuring. So this relates to what the colleague on the left was saying, the importance of data. And not only at the startup stage, but also monitoring the outcomes. And I would only add also we need also data on those who tried to be entrepreneurs and did not succeed, right? Because that would also help us understand the obstacles, and we don't have such data. And again, emphasizing integrated and sequential approach and the importance of ecosystem. Now I would like to go back to our audience because there were hands up. Yes, so I start there with Zodwa, please, over to you, and then we go to the right. And then there, yeah. No, but first Zodwa, please.
Thank you very much, Director. I wouldn't agree more with you on the point that not all young people can be entrepreneurs, and we have seen this. But the model that perhaps we should be exploring is that you identify those who are in entrepreneurship because they have the skill, but also the capacity to scale, and then also consider those that can get employed. And I like the idea of Samia's group where they do have the group that is actually in entrepreneurship, but also they embrace those who are aspiring. I think that's a very good idea. Perhaps the question to you, Samia, is: are you confined in Ethiopia, or you have members outside? And if not, do you have plans to incorporate other members from outside Ethiopia? Thank you.
Thank you so much, my dear. By the way, we have one initiative which is initiated by UN and the Chinese government in Beijing, which is called International Young Entrepreneurs Association Alliance. So in that alliance, there is 49 international countries. From that, Ethiopia is a member. It founded at 2022 in Beijing. And I met 7 other African countries, mostly from Southern African countries and North African countries. I was the only one from East Africa. Then we came together, all the 7 African countries, and we mobilized almost 22 African countries, and now we have the Alliance of African Young Entrepreneurs Association Alliance. It has 22 members, but we do all the strategy and everything, but we didn't start operation, you know what I mean? Because most of African countries, they don't have exactly like us, like Ethiopian Young Entrepreneurs Association, obviously Tanzanian Young Entrepreneurs Association, but when it comes to Kenya or other Ghana, like Young Entrepreneurs Network, Young Entrepreneurs in Business, startups network, you know what I mean? So according to the countries, there is a lot of different focus and different aspects, but we are trying to mobilize all of the African countries and bring this best practice and to share different opportunities, because our association is not only operating in Ethiopia and Africa, because we have an office in 4 different countries. For example, we have a platform and an office in China. Our China office is specifically working in manufacturing, because we try to bring all the best practice and what they have in best, because you know in Africa there is not that much good manufacturing, so our members have MVPs, like minimum viable products, so we took that product to China for the manufacturing. And we have another platform in Sweden, but we engage in a lot of European countries. From Europe, we do some technology, innovation, and knowledge transfer. We travel a lot, and we try to expose our members and to bridge our members for the global opportunities, and to do like a co-founder matchmaking. When it comes to Middle East, we do some, we have another platform and office there for the investment and market linkage, because a lot of VCs and angel investors from Middle East, especially from UAE and the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. So we are trying to bridge our African young entrepreneurs to the rest of the world, because at the end of the day, we have a good talent, we have a good geographical approach. There is a lot of opportunity that we can do, but we don't have to close our doors, because at the end of the day, we are a global citizen, and we are trying to make a bridge. So we are trying to bridge the missing link, but our members, it's a national association, but our members is specifically Ethiopian. But when it comes to the alliance that we are founding in Africa level, yes, it's a big alliance, but for more we can chat during the coffee. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. And I think there was a question. Yes, please.
Okay, thank you. My name is Nathanael. I've been working in the digital agriculture sector for the past 5 years. So my question goes to Mr. Abraham, because I want to focus on the agricultural job creations. So you raise a very good important point. One of the challenges is data, yeah. So that what would like to do in order to mitigate these challenges, because as you know, this youth employment sector needs a continuous assessment and support. In order to do that, we need to have not one-time data, iterative data. So in order to mitigate this challenge on the data, as a successful private sector, what do you recommend in the broader in the broader views, because nowadays the government also tries to do a lot of things regarding to solve this data challenge. As I know recently, there will be also a digital agriculture roadmap is implemented in the Ministry of Agriculture sector. So one of the components on that roadmap is to solve the data challenges and also to create some agricultural data marketplaces in order to support the employment and also the other attributes. So to make it specific, in a broader way, what should the stakeholders have to do to solve these data challenges? Thank you.
We have two questions over there, please.
Good afternoon. This is Malaku. Thank you very much, Madam Suzanne, for your opportunity, and also the panelists. I will acknowledge the interference that you have from your perspective, but I want to, as an ecosystem of the entrepreneurship, there are much of challenges as a youth, entrepreneurship in Africa and a youth. So if we mention a lot of things like political instability, access of finance, as infrastructure, is a lot. But my question will be, how can we, government and developmental partner and also private sector, working together for strengthening the ecosystem challenge? So this is, in building the Africa we want. Am I clear? Sorry.
Who is this question, general or? It's
a general, maybe for the house, maybe for the panelists, maybe for the house as well. So the main challenge is we appreciate most of the time as a youth, we speak about the challenge that we face on the bureaucracy during the entrepreneurship when we go to have the license and other things. But how we can make, all the parties of, to strengthen the ecosystem of in building the Africa we want. Thank you.
And yeah.
Okay. Can I help to answer that? Okay. I'm called Junior Nwandinda from Uganda. I work with SMEs and smallholder farmers. Most times the challenges is talking about, we discuss them amongst the people facing the challenges only. For example, right now, if their SMEs may be facing registration issues, tax issues, finance issues, is our ministry people here, our departmental people, let's say from government departments and MDAs, are they here to listen to those challenges such that they actually get solutions or they solve them there and then? No, that's usually the case. If we are lucky and they come in, they will come with presentations of what they want to tell us. And after that, they go. Then we remain alone, discussing our own challenges alone, without actually getting the solutions from the people that would have solved us. So I think going forward, we could shift such that, let's say now, we get maybe those challenges, then the next time we know people face these, and these, and the people who are supposed to handle this are these. Now we task them to be there at that particular moment. If it's a registration issue, someone on registration stands there. They ask them how this should be solved. Then someone with a tax issue is also there. And by that, it creates accountability, responsibility, and leaving out all these things solved and people getting what they need in the real sense. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I think we had a question.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you, Madam. My name is Torpot Majok from South Sudan. My question will go directly to my brother on this issue to do with digital agriculture. In my country, we are trying to make sure that we move away from the oil sector, so that we can now have investment on this agriculture sector, and of course by also empowering youth as well. So if I get you well, my brother, you were sharing the experience on how you've been running your private sector. I don't know how many years you've been running, but you say that you've been doing that business for quite some time. So my question would be, what would be your best experience, or what would be your best advice for a young applicant, like someone from South Sudan or from different country, if you want to do the same thing that you've been doing? What will be the practical solution from you, sir? Because I don't need to start it from zero. I just need to get experience from someone who have done it before, and then I get it from there. So what would be the best experience that you would give to someone that want to do what you are doing? And also, what would also be the advice on issue to do with the data? Because we also have the same challenge in my countries. This data is even in all the meetings we say data. So can you get at the experience on that? Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you. Maybe we can try to answer the questions. So one of them was how to close the major gaps in the ecosystem. So I would ask our panelist online, who is the AFDB coordinator for Enable Youth Program. So what, in your view, are the main challenges, missing parts of the ecosystem for high growth youth entrepreneurship, please?
Thank you very much. And thanks for a lot of good contributions, from the floor and from the panelists. And from my experience, running a program on youth entrepreneurship, the Enable Youth Program, in about 18 countries, with some investments of over 600 million, I've learned that to get a successful, enterprise off the ground, especially youth enterprise, you need to have really a comprehensive ecosystem or platform that looks at all aspects. I find that often, being the African Development Bank, we might focus more on access to finance. Somebody else might focus on skills. Another institution might focus on technical assistance. But for me, I think that we need to have a comprehensive ecosystem that addresses all of these issues, and that this is where partnership is important. So we need to provide, for example, incubation that looks at what I mentioned earlier, that looks at providing business skills, providing skills in the particular area. In my case, it was mostly agronomic business skills, looking at markets, looking at digitalization, and then looking at access to finance. So really, we have to provide a very comprehensive approach, to be able to address all of these areas. And I think it can be done. And one of the, coming into this ADIF conference was what practical solution can come out of these discussions. And actually, I had one I wanted to share, especially with the ECA being the convener of this conference. I would like to say that you could actually pilot what I call the Youth Agribusiness Scale-Up Accelerator. I could provide more details on that, but basically focusing on a small number of countries over the next 12 months. And we have a pilot that targets youth-led firms that already show market potential, but are constrained, by either finance, business systems, technology, and market access. And the objective would be, enterprise growth, job creation, and not training alone. And I'm sure that the ADB would be very willing to work with the ECA, given that the bank also recently set up a division for SMEs. In the past, we didn't have that division, but that is new. So there's a much bigger focus on SMEs and supporting youth to create jobs and decent jobs. So I think that is something that is critical that can be achieved in the short to medium term. And in terms of the sector, I wanted to propose the agribusiness sector. And this is a strong entry point because agriculture still accounts for about 60% of youth employment on the continent. However, much of this work still remains in low productivity and insecure metrics. So the agribusiness sector, there's so many areas that different youth enterprises are in, from aquaculture, dairy, food processing, logistics, digital agriculture, climate smart agriculture. And the support then should include investment readiness, financial management, mentorship, which you mentioned is so critical, market linkages, standard compliance, and access to finance. So really, this would be a comprehensive approach. I think one of the participants, had that question: how do we address all of these, different risks? So let me stop there for now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And then maybe we could also hear, there was a question from South Sudan. What does it take to become entrepreneurs? I would like to ask Ms. Raiso, who is the CEO in Djibouti, to share her experience.
What does it take to become an entrepreneur?
Successful one, or what does it take to become CEO?
A little bit of insanity, I would say, because a lot of times you're just jumping off and you don't really have a parachute, right? So you kind of have to be a little bit, have a bit of a, disillusioned, or no, not disillusioned, that's not the right word, have, in any case, a little bit of insanity is what I would say. That being said, I think there are ways to make it so that you are less likely to fail as much. I mean, I have also started businesses that were not successful. I think the majority of the people that I know that have been able to make successful businesses have been got it right the first time around. You have to think about, goodness, logistics, branding, legal, technical side, team building. It's so much, so soon. And these are all skills that can kind of be shared. What I would suggest and recommend is that firstly, because I think from that question, I think you kind of have to get a lot of stakeholders involved. When there was a pattern that we were not understanding, we got all the people together, because what I noticed was it was really difficult to get access to finance. I don't have capital. I was, moving new to Djibouti. I didn't own a house or anything like asset. And then all of a sudden I have to bring in my entire life history just to have access to something. Next, I didn't understand how the structural portion of it, of company creation and IP and branding, and then all the obligations when it comes to paying for your income and taxes and things like that before you can even have a salary. So what we decided to do was I just went and asked directly. I went to each person individually and I was kind of like, hey, how is this supposed to function as a bank if I don't get a guarantee? We had a program that was like a youth fund guarantee, investment guarantee, but then their criteria was just as long. So it was like, okay, how are you supposed to be there as a co-guarantee for these youth that don't have collateral, and yet your list is just as long as barrier to entry as the bank? And then eventually we got into a lot of advocacy, which is, thankfully now we have the Startup Act since December 2025, sorry. So that was a lot of work, so I don't have a one-size solution fits all, but I think that in our environments, especially in Africa, we are dealing with a lot more barriers than that other people in other areas wouldn't have to deal with. That just comes with the package. That being said, you also have a lot more opportunity to fix those problems and fix those issues. Why? Because you are the ones dealing with the institutional gaps and the everyday frustrations of it. So don't wait for somebody to give you permission. Find out the information that you need if the systems are not making sense. Realize that people are building these systems, and if they need to be redesigned, allow yourself to find like-minded people to advocate to redesign these businesses. And again, you don't have a foolproof model. Of course, not everybody's meant to be an entrepreneur. You need people to have traditional jobs. I mean, we need our traditional bedrock of our economy to function. Of course, I hope that helped to answer the question.
No, thank you very much. And one of the key messages was basically, and very rarely you hear actually entrepreneurs admit that initially they fail. So when you fail, try again. And you mentioned the insanity in entrepreneurship research, we call it overconfidence. And entrepreneurs tend to be more overconfident than the rest of the population because we know the statistics, but everyone thinks their business will succeed. And that's a great thing. Thank you. I think there was a question from one of the think tanks over there, but maybe, yeah, please.
Hi, can everyone hear me? Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Gugulia Tusiso, but please call me Gugu, coming from Zimbabwe. This question is for Ms. Ismail. I think I've just added both of you on LinkedIn right now. But I think your contribution made quite a bit of sense, right? But realistically, right, globally, only 5% of startups actually get to being a high-growth enterprise. Do you think that there's a risk that we're speaking about all these things? I know the gentleman from the African Development Bank was also talking about some interventions, but realistically, what percentage of those are we likely to see to actually get to high growth stage? Don't we think that we are tailoring products for a tiny demographic of people that realistically might make it, whilst leaving out the vast, vast majority of people that are not going to make it, in essence?
Can I answer?
Thanks.
Sure. Well, thank you for your question, and I think you're absolutely right. I think when we're talking about not just those that will reach high scale, when we're talking about unicorns, we're like at 1% or less. So I agree with that. But the skills that you're going to learn when you're going through a program, whether it's skills building programs, whether it's incubation, whether it's pre-acceleration or acceleration, these are skills that can be transferable because you're going to be learning things like money management. You're going to be learning things like conflict resolution because trust me, those are definitely arise. You're going to be learning skills such as negotiation, communication, branding, marketing. You're going to be learning skills like evaluating and making important decisions based on specific metrics, right? So these are all, even if you don't make it into a high growth potential, the fact that you've gained some experience in that business sector will at least allow you to be more employable than you were before. And I think that kind of circles back to the initial intervention of how we can kind of broaden the net to get more women and underserved youth, because you're right, a lot of the times also when it comes to these type of startup programs and things like that, they usually target people that are already, or founders that are already very visible, either online or they are they well networked, they have some kind of a resource, they are probably in an urban area, they are comfortable navigating formal settings. And when we are thinking about the majority of people that are just as entrepreneurial, but unfortunately may not be formalized, right, in the informal sector, we're counting a lot of these women out. And by excluding a lot of these women, just because of the fact that maybe they may not have less networks or less ability of access to financing or capital or collateral, or more time constraints because they have more social and familial obligations, we are completely, and they have less opportunities to build credibility in the eyes of investors, right? And so what happens then is we are leaving a big pool of potential innovative founders completely off the table. So yes, there is definitely criticism with the kind of targeting and segmentation approach, but on the flip side, I would say that the kind of experience and networking and training and skills that you would be gaining from this type of experience will make it transferable for other types of work.
Thank you so much. Just to add on my Google, Google, and for my friend from South Sudan, your name?
Tor.
Ton, okay.
Yeah, T-O-R.
Okay.
Or you can call me a term of reference.
T-O-R, okay. Tor is okay. So, she mentioned everything perfectly. But the first question is you need to revise the question by itself. Don't work to be a CEO. You know what I mean? Most of our young people's challenge is to keep the name tag founder and CEO. Okay? Forget that. So what kinds of problems that you are going to solve? Focus on that, okay? So if you're really articulating the problem that you are going to solve, especially in a country like South Sudan, very new. I didn't forget the independent date of South Sudan because it's my birthday. Yeah, so it's very near. So you guys have a lot of opportunities because you have a lot of latecomer advantage. We, even as an African, because I have an opportunity to visit a lot of countries in the globe, and I see that we have a lot of problems that we need to solve. But the thing is, it's not about all the training, it's not about all the access to finance, it's not all about the policy, it's all about us. Like, are we ready as young entrepreneurs? Are we ready to sacrifice? Are you ready to pay all the stress, all the neglection, all the family, all the society, all the friend, and even the challenge from within the age, you know? So are we ready to that? So this is my question. This has to be your question. Then it's very easy to be keeping the name CEO in our LinkedIn profile and to say that I am a founder and CEO. So are we here to solve a big problem and add impact, not only for our young entrepreneurs, but also for the one who will be coming as the next generation, even for our elders, you know? So that should be the things that young people have to consider. Because everyone is here, the government is here, the development partners is here. I know there's a lot of too many programs and projects. I know the fragmented. I'm also so frustrated about the ecosystem is fragmented because too many mandates and too many programs and projects. But are we focused and are we trying to solve the real and to catch the real opportunity and focus on the problem? Thank you.
Thank you very much for the perspective. And of course, it's great to be focused on major problems, but for majority of young African people, the issue is how to put, food on the table and support their families before they can think beyond. So we need to also think about how we grow from the initial small enterprise to the bigger. Last but not least, we are nearing to the end.
Thank you very much. I'll be quick because I see the time is against us. There was a question that was raised by a gentleman on how to deal with the regulatory process in country. And I might not have a response for all countries, but I'll just talk about what we do in our environment. Our organization, which is the Graça Machel Trust, work with removing systemic and structural barriers for women and girls. So what we do, we capacitate entrepreneurs. We then make sure that they have access to finance and access to markets. But over and above that is advocacy, where we have sectoral networks in country that are looking at the policy environment and making sure that it's enabling. The last part is then where we've appointed deputy female governors of central banks who are making sure that they are influencing the regulatory process and changing that. So I just wanted to give a solution to what is being done to do that.
Thank you very much for that. And this is a solution-oriented session and event, so we would like to follow up with you and learn more about the solution. And there is a perhaps last question from the gentleman over there. Okay,
Yeah,
one
thank
more,
you very
and
much.
that will be the final.
Can I speak in French or I have to speak in English? Okay, let me try to continue in English if you want. I can speak in French. Bon, je vais parler en français alors. D'abord, je vais remercier toutes les interventions, c'était vraiment très riche. Les 2 points, c'est rapide. Le premier point, c'est sur l'approche intégrée qui a été suggérée, je pense, par Madame de Djibouti. Ça me paraît fondamental. Donc, comment agréger, faire travailler les agences qui s'occupent de la formation professionnelle, les autres qui s'occupent de business plan, de financement, comment casser les silos en quelque sorte. Donc c'est vraiment quelque chose, il faut approfondir la réflexion sur ça, parce que souvent il y a du conservatisme qui fait que c'est très difficile de les faire travailler ensemble. Mais certains pays réussissent. Si vous prenez la lutte contre la pauvreté, la Chine a lutté contre la pauvreté par ces biais. C'est-à-dire, quand on prend une personne pauvre, on lui offre un package intégré et toutes les agences viennent appuyer ce package. Le deuxième élément, c'est ce matin, le secrétaire exécutif a dit quelque chose de très intéressant en souriant, en disant que les jeunes qui sont là, vous devez rester avec nous. By the way, moi-même, je suis en BBCA. J'ai fait mon stage ici quand j'étais étudiant. Je pense que sortir de ce panel, vu la richesse des interventions, j'aurais suggéré à la CIA de faire un panel permanent, peut-être de 10 jeunes, qui vont accompagner toute cette réflexion sur l'emploi des jeunes. Merci.
Thank you for bringing the example of China to attention. As we know, China eliminated poverty 10 years SDG 1 ahead of the target, 2030. And their motto was employment first. So that's why we are also here focusing on high growth, and by that we mean job-creating enterprises. There was a last question from here. Is it still? There is a real. No, I think we really need to, because we have 2 minutes, so I think there was, for the rest, we can continue outside during the coffee break, please. So over to you.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is A.K. Fasasi, Executive Director at the Global Alternative Group based in Nigeria. So my question is directed to Mr. Edson, PAC. So I took note of the Enable Youth program, and then I wanted to find out, how do you define youth? Number one, I mean, talking about the specific, let's say, age bracket that is used to define youth in the context of this program. And secondly, how is AFDB looking at enabling youth through entrepreneurship? And that's particularly because in the agribusiness industry, experience is a very, very important factor in implementing, run the business, and also qualifying for investor funding and also lender financing. So how is AFDB creating solutions that leveraging entrepreneurship to increase employment, for example, for youth? And then you would also notice that creating the kind of agribusiness that would resort to above 1,000 jobs requires a very large scale of financing and experience. So what are you thinking in that regard? Thank you.
Thank you. So that was a question to our panelists online. So over to you, please. The colleague from African Development Bank online.
Thank you very much for that question. The definition of youth is pretty standard, and it's something that has been given by the African Union, where we consider youth to be up to 35 years of age. So that is our definition, and it's pretty much across most African development institutions. In terms of how we approach youth entrepreneurship and creating jobs, it has become actually much more, taken a much higher visibility within the bank. Initially, we had specific projects that would focus on youth entrepreneurship, such as Enable Youth, where when we do have an investment project in a particular country, we'd have three main pillars of that project. And one would look at the environment, creating an enabling environment for youth employment, youth jobs, access to land for youth, etc. The second component is on incubation. So these projects would identify incubation centers around the country and provide training to youth, provide them skills, 3 to 6 months, depending on the particular, let's say, commodity value chain that you're interested in. So within those months, you'd receive training, agronomic training. For example, if you want to do fish farming, aquaculture, you'd look at, where do you get the fish lining, where do you get the fingerlings, what's the density of the fish, etc. But at the same time, you'd receive business skills. How do you run your own business? How do you write a business proposal? Looking at income statements, looking at HR. So you get that kind of training. And the last pillar was actually access to finance. So now the youth who have gone through that training would receive access to finance, and there's different instruments depending on where you are in your on the job growth. So there are some grants, there's some concessional financing, then there's some more guarantees. So that's is how we approach on youth. But just to add on that, going forward, now we have what we call a youth marker system. Right. So how all the bank investments projects within the different countries would have to address how they're creating jobs for youth. So really it has a much higher profile right now, creating jobs for the bank. I know we're running out of time, but let me end there for now. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your insights, and also we would like to follow up with you after after this event, given your extensive experience. In conclusion, very briefly, I would like to ask my colleague Jane, because she mentioned the lack of entrepreneurship policies. So, based on your experience, just few key features that good entrepreneurship policy usually has. And then on that we conclude. Over to you, Jane, please.
My sincere apologies. We have 2 minutes, please. We're already over, so please 2 minutes. Thank you so much, Director.
Okay, so thank you. In terms of the elements of an entrepreneurship policy, one is looking at the regulatory environment. It could look at specific issues that young people face and try and integrate them. Also the issue of development, business development services. These are critical in terms of supporting entrepreneurs, whether they're young or not. The establishment of networks. Networks are critical, and it was mentioned here. And I would say specific to young people also the issue of of mentoring. So they need to develop, have mentors who can support them in their entrepreneurship journey. So. And finally, education and skills. Beyond just the regular education that one would have, also developing the education around entrepreneurship and gaining skills around entrepreneurship.
Thank you, Jane. And our understanding is the mentorship has to be continuous, not like one time, because the performance then drops. So on that, we would like to thank all of our panelists for taking their time, sharing their experiences, and everyone else who contributed.
Thank you very much, Director Shudrovsky, and our esteemed panelists. Please join me in giving them another round of applause for a very engaging panel. Thank you. Distinguished guests, as we wait for our next panelists to come on up, I have one announcement. To help you plan your time, please note that the ECA will be hosting a cocktail and networking session following the day's deliberations. I am told there will be an excellent selection of refreshments available, so please come. All right. Thank you again. Okay, without further ado, we will now move swiftly to thematic session B, titled Artificial Intelligence and Jobs in Africa, Opportunity or Disruption. This session will be moderated by Robert Lisinge, Director of the Technology, Innovation, Connectivity, and Infrastructure Division at the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa. Joining him for this discussion are Jake Kendall, co-founder and general partner, DFS Lab, Eric Amel Jumba, advisor to the Minister of Posts, Telecommunications, and the Digital Economy of the Congo, and coordinator of the African Center for Research in Artificial Intelligence. Mwende Mugabe, founder of Mizizi Africa. Abraham Kuku Sam, data policy advisor, Office to the African Union, German Agency for International Cooperation. Tamiwe Kayuni, policy and impact coordinator, Future of Development Program, Oxford Martin School. Also from Oxford Martin School is Camila Talam, macroeconomist. Director Lisinge, you have the floor. The session will run for 65 minutes. You can do it in less if you want. We will be most grateful. Please give them a round of applause as we begin.
Thank you. Thank you, Banki. I think you are asking us to be giving a round of applause to keep our session short. But thank you for that. I think usually it's not exciting to have a session in the afternoon, but given the topic AI and jobs, I think that everybody would be awake, especially as we have the young people in the room, and even all of us, we are wondering what will happen to our jobs because of AI. I think a couple of days ago at home, we were watching TV, and there were some young graduates in the house. There was a program on AI and jobs, and they asked me, Uncle, is AI going to wipe out all the jobs we have? I said, it's a bit of a complicated answer. It's not a straightforward answer, but I believe that the session that we are having now would shed some light on this. I think ECA, our economic report on Africa, harnessing frontier technology for economic transformation, the 2026 edition answered this question because AI is a critical digital frontier technology. So we look at the risk associated with that, but also some of the challenges. I will just highlight just 3 things that came out from this our report that speak to the topic we're discussing this afternoon, AI and jobs. The first issue I'd like to highlight from that report is that while AI may displace 92 million jobs globally, it is also projected to create a remarkable 107 million jobs, a net gain of 78 million, providing a compelling support for AI's impact on job creation. That report also highlights that frontier technologies operate as catalysts for entrepreneurship, innovation, trade expansion, and new forms of employment. So those are opportunity. And we also highlight in that report that job displacement and mismatch risks are most acute during the early transition phases, especially in economies with large informal sectors and limited reskilling systems. And finally, the report highlights that rapid technology diffusion without parallel investment in skills systems can deepen skills mismatch. By contrast, sustained investment in skills development support job creation as new technologies are absorbed, adapted, and scaled across firms and sectors. So that in a sense, gives you the answer to the question, would frontier technology, AI, wipe out jobs? But coming back to our session here, we have a very rich panel to shed light on this critical issue. I have with me Jake Kendall. He is the co-founder and partner of DFS Labs, a venture firm that invests in digital commerce startups in Africa. I have Dr. Eric Amel Dumba, telecommunications expert. He led network engineering at AT&T Mobility for 10 years. I have Ms. Mwende Mugambi, is the founder of Mizizi Africa, also known as Mizizi Policy Cafe. And finally, I have Mr. Abraham Kukusam. He serves as a data policy advisor for data governance in Africa. He works with GIZ Africa Union. So now you know our panelists, but before we start, I'm going to ask Ms. Camilla Talam of the Oxford Martin School to take 5 minutes to set the scene for us.
Thank you very much for laying a very good foundation for my very brief context-setting conversation. I'd like to make 4 main points in the way of setting the stage for our conversation this afternoon. Firstly, we've heard about the jobs challenge. About 15 million young labor market entrants entering the job market every year over the next 20 years to 2050. But in contrast to this is the low job growth in Africa. For every 1% of GDP growth we generate, we create only about 0.04 jobs. This is a tenth of what the global average is. And this is the backdrop. This is against the backdrop of AI transforming economies globally and in Africa. Specifically on our continent, AI could unlock over 100 billion in economic value in over 20 sectors. And this could boost GDP by 3% every year. Africa also has the opportunity to lead AI development in frugal AI development and move from just being a consumer to AI technologies developed elsewhere. But this will also have transformative impacts on our job market. In the key sectors likely to be impacted by AI currently, banking, retail trade, FCMG markets, AI could yield 16.7 billion in productivity and AI efficiency gains. And the impact of jobs are wide-ranging. The good thing is that Africa has a low AI exposure. Only about 85% of our economies have a low risk of AI. And this brings us to where we are now. What opportunities can we harness to unlock the value we've discussed? Looking at some of the key areas in terms of the informal sector, how can we tap into technology that SMEs can use to grow and expand and create jobs? What sector-specific job creation impact could we see in the key sectors that drive our growth? Trade, agriculture, industry, services. What skills need to be developed, upgraded for Africa to be ready to deploy AI in a meaningful way for our jobs? And finally, what does the policy landscape look like? What data governance systems do we have in place? And what role does sovereign AI have in shaping this AI ecosystem? With that, I yield back to Dr. Lesinge. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Just to give a roadmap of our session, I'm going to ask a couple of questions for each of our panelists. We'll give them 6 minutes each to respond to those questions, and we will have a question and answer session, and then we'll come back to the panelists to wrap up. Now, there are 4 thematics that the panelists are going to speak to. The first one is AI and informal economy. The second is sector-based AI opportunities. The third is youth employment and skills. And finally, the fourth is policy, data governance, and sovereign AI. So the panelists, I'm going to urge you to, as you respond to your questions, for the thematic that you'll be speaking to, you kindly look at briefly the status in Africa for that thematic. What are the trends that you see emerging? Finally, what are the potential benefits and opportunities? And at the same time, you try to weave in policy issues and solution, because this is an action-oriented session. So with that said, I'm going to turn to Jake for the first question. Jake, what evidence, in your view, exists on how AI is already reshaping productivity and income patterns in Africa's informal economy, and what are the inequalities, risk that are most acute? And secondly, what models of AI-driven financial inclusion have shown measurable impact in African labor markets, and what conditions determined their success? Please, if you could try to be succinct and respond in 6 minutes. I know that is a lot to chew.
Thank you, first of all, to the organizers for having me here. I'm very honored to be here in front of this audience. It's a very important topic, and I'm excited to discuss it with you all. So first of all, the informal economy is not a side issue on this panel, right? Informal firms make up about 80% of the firms in many African countries, and informal employment through those firms often similar, 80% or more. So this is an incredibly important sector to look at. We have an emerging set of research, and I'm going to speak to you both as an investor, but also a researcher. I'm an economist and do a lot of research as well. So I'm going to give you both looks. From the research side, there's an emerging set of studies looking at the impact of AI on jobs, on employment. Unfortunately, almost none of them are looking at it within the right context for this discussion, right? There's a series of randomized control trials, many of you might have heard of, where in a whole bunch of different formal employment contexts, they show efficiency gains, productivity gains. They show catch-up from least effective and least productive employees to the most effective. And so paints a pretty bright picture. Also looking at the macro level, there's a number of studies trying to assess the potential impact of automation replacing jobs versus augmentation, which would raise productivity as well. Most of those, again, are predicated on a formal employment pattern where there are jobs and there are tasks associated, and AI plays a role in either augmenting or replacing those jobs. Unfortunately, in the informal sector for small businesses, those studies don't tell us very much, right? They paint a pretty rosy picture, but it's pretty hard to know how they're going to translate into informal sector employment and firms. The one study that I know of where they've actually given AI in the form of an AI business advisor to firms in Kenya, all of them small and informal, had no impact on average, didn't improve things at all. And when the researchers dug in underneath the data to understand what happened under the hood, first what they find is it's really only a small number of the most high-performant firms that were already doing well who use AI to improve, and they grow, I think, about 15% in a few months relative to a control group. On the other hand, the reason there's no impact on average is that a lot of the firms actually did worse because of the AI. And that's a phenomenon we really need to understand. The researchers in that study look at the kinds of questions they were asking and try to understand, what is it that causes these entrepreneurs who use AI and take its advice to actually end up worse off than their counterparts in the control group. And it's hard to say. I think part of it is that those entrepreneurs who weren't doing as well before seem to not be as good at picking out what kind of advice the AI is giving them to follow and what kind to set aside. And I think part of why you see such uniform improvement in formal employment is it's a very different, more linear, more structured set of tasks and decisions that are being made in that context, whereas, as we know, small-scale informal entrepreneurs face a whole range of very complex and uncertain tasks, and maybe harder to know what advice to follow. Another longer thread of literature that I find very important here is the study of how economies differ across firm size, right? So high-income countries, most employment tends to happen through large-scale formal firms. And those large-scale formal firms hire a large number of white-collar employees and are critically dependent on them to manage the complexity that comes with being a large firm, right? You need procurement managers and HR managers and finance managers and all kinds of people who are delegated specific tasks. Whereas in lower-income countries, developing countries, there's a lack of those white-collar skill sets, and then often you find most of the firms are small. And there's actually been a recent study looking at sort of the difference, and it turns out that the lack of white-collar skills and employees accounts for about 60% of the difference between lower-income and higher-income countries. So it's an incredibly important bottleneck to economic growth and I think to firm evolution. Now, one thing that you might say is, okay, so that's actually potentially optimistic in terms of how AI can play a role. And AI, who are the people that are afraid of losing their jobs to AI? It's the white-collar workers, because AI does really good at those tasks. So maybe that's an opening. I wanted to talk a little bit then about how that might play out, because I don't think it's as simple as just give AI to small firms. When, as an investor, we've, looking back at how giving different kinds of digital tools to small firms has played out, and there's been $5 or $6 or $7 billion worth of capital put behind those kinds of models in the past 10 years or so. One thing we see is that most of them fail. Most of the ones that do succeed tend to be sort of raw infrastructure inputs, payments, credit, mobile connectivity, very simple things that don't imply a white-collar skill set in order to manage them. The ones that imply bookkeeping and more complex supply chain management, things like that, often fail because they're built on the premise that they're helping sort of a white-collar skill set manage a complexity, and that person often isn't there, I think, within the firm. So just reflecting for me, the notion for me should be, how do we help those firms who can, at the top of the sort of performance spectrum, who can really grow into larger firms? And we'll get into my policy thoughts on that, but I think the critical thing is to think about, how do we give them the things that they can use to grow and become large and much more performant. So.
Thank you so much for shedding light on this subject. I think what is coming out that it depends the kind of job that at risk actually depend on the job, white collar versus blue collar. What you also highlight is that while there are some studies on the impact, especially for informal sector, we don't have too much studies, and some of the findings could actually be counterintuitive. Instead of improving performance, efficiency, studies have seen cases where the performance has actually gone down.
Yeah, so I should say, I'm actually just now launching a study in Nigeria looking at small firms using AI to sort of launch more digital products and online profiles. And so I'll be sharing that at some point, hopefully later this year, once our study's done. But you can follow my LinkedIn or somewhere, something like that will be, hopefully should be some pretty interesting results.
No, thank you. It's quite important to base our discussions and decisions on evidence from robust study. So let me move to the next panelist, Mr. Eric Amel Dumba. I think we're a good partner of ECA, being at the Artificial Intelligence Center in Congo, Republic of Congo, but also advisor to the Minister of ICT. The question to you is, which sector-based AI applications offer the highest potential for structural transformation and job creation in Africa? And secondly, drawing on your experience and observations, what ecosystem conditions have proven most important for scaling AI innovation hubs and centers of excellence across the continent. I think no one is better placed to speak about centers of excellence than you. You have the floor.
Merci. Je voudrais d'abord remercier la CEIA d'avoir bien associé notre organisation à cette activité. Donc, pour répondre directement à votre question, à mon sens, je dirais qu'il y a 4 secteurs présentent un potentiel particulièrement élevé pour une transformation structurelle de la création d'emplois au niveau de l'Afrique. Le premier secteur, nous l'avions dit depuis ce matin, c'est d'abord l'agriculture, qui demeure le principal employeur du continent et le principal employeur des jeunes. Et comme vous le savez, grâce à l'IA aujourd'hui, il est désormais possible d'améliorer les rendements agricoles, la précision, les prévisions climatiques, la détection précoce des maladies et la gestion des ressources hydrauliques. Donc cette évolution crée également de nouveaux métiers liés par exemple aux drones, aux données agricoles et aux services numériques qui alimentent toute la chaîne derrière de mise en relation entre les agriculteurs et les acheteurs. Donc ça, c'était le premier. Le deuxième ici est celui de la santé. Hein, les outils d'IA et d'intelligence artificielle permettent déjà d'améliorer les diagnostics. Et si vous voyez aujourd'hui, la télémédecine est de plus en plus développée en Afrique. C'est aussi grâce à l'IA. Donc tout ceci crée une forte demande pour des spécialistes, par exemple, en données médicales et des technologies numériques de santé. Et donc le troisième ici, c'est le secteur des services financiers numériques, les applications basées sur l'IA qui facilitent déjà l'inclusion financière, qui améliore l'évaluation même des risques et renforce la lutte contre la fraude, favorise le meilleur succès au crédit des petites et moyennes entreprises. Et enfin, la transformation numérique des administrations publiques. C'est ce que nous sommes en train d'utiliser d'ailleurs même dans notre pays aujourd'hui pour améliorer les performances de l'administration publique. Ici, ça représente une opportunité majeure et améliore la qualité des services publics. Ça permet de renforcer la transparence et accroître les politiques publiques. Donc, ces différents secteurs que je viens de citer ici démontrent que l'IA constitue non seulement un facteur d'amélioration de la productivité, mais également un puissant moteur de transformation structurelle et des économies africaines. Alors, pour passer directement à la deuxième question qui a été posée, notre expérience au sein du Congo en intelligence artificielle et technologie émergente nous montre clairement qu'un écosystème performant repose sur des fondements très complémentaires. Donc le tout premier est le développement massif des compétences, parce que sans ingénieurs, sans chercheurs, entrepreneurs et décideurs qualifiés, aucune stratégie nationale d'intelligence artificielle ne peut réussir. Le deuxième, l'accès à des données fiables, sécurisées et souveraines. Les données constituent aujourd'hui une matière première indispensable à toute innovation en intelligence artificielle. Et je pense qu'au niveau de l'Afrique, le grand souci que nous avions aujourd'hui, c'est au niveau de la donnée. C'est pour ça que dans certains pays, on a pris même les initiatives de digitaliser nos langues de façon à ce que nous ayons aussi des données suffisamment bien structurées dans nos langues. Parce que dans peu de pays, quand vous interrogez l'IA avec la langue nationale, vous n'avez pas de réponse. Donc, nous, au niveau national, on a pris déjà cette initiative-là pour digitaliser les deux langues, de façon à permettre aux jeunes d'entraîner les modèles IA déjà sur ces langues. Donc, la troisième observation ici concerne le pilier concernant les infrastructures numériques, notamment les centres de données, les capacités de calcul haute performance, les plateformes cloud et les réseaux haut débit. Et donc, l'Afrique souffre encore un peu de tous ces problèmes-là, l'accès aux données, les supercalculateurs qui ne sont pas suffisamment disponibles dans certains pays africains. Vous avez vu ce matin, on avait un jeune qui était en RDC qui voulait bien faire une bonne restitution, mais qui a été confronté à un problème de connexion Internet. Et enfin, le quatrième facteur est la mobilisation des financements qui est nécessaire au développement des startups, des laboratoires de recherche et des projets. À ce titre, il faut que les États créer des fonds de développement de l'intelligence artificielle et des technologies émergentes. Parce que s'il n'y a pas de fonds, s'ils ne sont pas soutenus financièrement, évidemment, ils vont être comme pas des start-up, mais juste des stand-up, où ces jeunes qui vont commencer, mais qui vont après abandonner tout le processus. Donc, les expériences réussies observées sur le continent démontrent que les meilleurs résultats sont obtenus lorsque le gouvernement, les universités, le secteur privé et les partenaires internationaux travaillent ensemble dans une logique de coopération durable. Donc, c'est pour terminer, je voudrais juste dire que l'intelligence artificielle représente probablement la plus grande révolution technologique de notre génération, mais pour l'Afrique, elle constitue une occasion unique, non seulement d'accélérer le développement économique, mais également de construire un modèle fondé sur les talents, les données de qualité, l'innovation et sa souveraineté numérique. Notre responsabilité collective est désormais de faire en sorte que cette révolution soit inclusive, responsable et surtout créatrice d'opportunités pour nous tous. Donc, c'est pour dire que l'Afrique ne doit pas être simplement un marché des technologies qui sont développées ailleurs, elle doit devenir un acteur majeur dans leur conception, dans le développement de leur gouvernance au service des populations africaines et de son propre avenir. Je vous remercie.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I think you ended by highlighting the need for close collaboration between the government, the private sector, universities. I think some people call that the triple helix. But you highlighted two dimensions in your answer for the sectors that you see as very useful: agriculture, health, financial services, and e-governance. I think our work at ECA actually confirmed that those are some of the sectors that frankly have a huge potential for AI. In Guinea, ECA is working with them to digitalize the health sector. In Mauritius, we just work with them to come up with a fintech strategy. The same with Botswana as well. So our work here at ECA actually confirmed that these are some of the sectors that are appealing or provide opportunities for AI. But you also highlighted some of the foundational issues for successful AI strategies: human capacity, robust data, digital public infrastructure, and research. But thank you so much for that. I'm sure that there will be a lot of feedback from the audience. Now I move to the youth. Ms. Mwende Mungambi, how can Africa youth be better equipped with future-ready skills to participate meaningfully in the AI-driven economy? And secondly, what role do you see entrepreneurship and innovation ecosystem playing in addressing youth employment in the context of AI disruption?
Thank you so much for that question. It is an absolute honor to be identified as a youth, and I'm really hopeful that the points I do give will highlight the place of the youth in Africa and Kenya. So we do agree that the youngest population that we have currently is the youth, with 42% of the global population being made up of youth by 2030. So that says that there's a huge mismatch between the number of youth we have and the opportunities that we have currently. So we are missing out on the opportunities of ensuring that the youth that we have currently are well equipped and well engaged. But there's been another mismatch. When we think of AI and tech, we think of coding, right? Today when you think of AI, you think of, you have to sit down, you have to understand different tech languages like Java and other big languages. But AI is actually moving far more than just coding. There's something called vibe coding that you can just create something within a few minutes using the LLMs that are currently available. So opportunities are there, and there's a lot of opportunities, especially in AI and tech. But now we lack the mismatch between access to AI and actually using AI in the correct way. So we have a lot of information. There's been a huge internet penetration. I'd give an example with Kenya. We have over 50% internet penetration. But the mismatch is there's no internet integrity. So you have a good penetration, but you're not using the internet properly. So how can we tap into these existing opportunities for young people? So we need to ensure that there's a coexistence between the governments and the youth and the universities and other development partners, as our former speaker has highlighted. Because the youth do not lack information, they lack access. For me to be here today, I would say it's an absolute miracle that I'm seated down in this panel because, as you can see, the age demographic is there. And so it's very important to notice that access to these doors, access to these opportunities is what is lacking. Skills in Africa are not lacking. We are one of the sharpest brains you'll find in the world. But do we have access? No, we don't have access. So if we have sharp brains and we don't have access, then that means there'll always be a mismatch. And we will always sit down in these spaces to always have conversations about employment and youth involvement. So for me, how does entrepreneurship come in? First of all, when we create spaces, there's going to be space, right? When we create new AI opportunities, there's going to be space. Our former speaker has highlighted 4 areas: agriculture, health, finance, governance, and so many other areas that we haven't talked about, infrastructure and other different areas. So if young people are going to be put inside these specific areas, then there's going to be a gap whereby we have the existing workforce and the incoming workforce, which is now the youth. So if there's going to be a gap, who is going to fill it? So is it the youth that do not know how to use AI properly? Or are they the youth that will be trained properly on how to use AI? So the next thing that we need to do, entrepreneurship will create a space for us to empower young people to ensure that they run with the cycle and ensure that they are part of the process actively. Then the other thing that entrepreneurship will do for us, it will make work very easy because with entrepreneurship, there is income, right? And with income, now we will have young African entrepreneurs and not just young African users. You know, we will have AI entrepreneurs and not just AI users. Because I'll tell you this for sure. In every 5 of young people that you meet, they are really good at using their AI. They know how to prompt Cloud correctly. I'm sure if you work with young people in your office, you usually go to them, how can I ask ChatGPT to do this for me? Because they are really, really good at it. So imagine if this person was given resources, an opportunity, and a door to actually do this more properly, then that would mean that we will go away from looking at the statistics of lack of employment to now statistics of opportunities that do not have people to employ. As we speak, AI opens opportunities like AI trainers, models. We have so many opportunities that young people can tap into. So we can actually open up this door and ensure that more young people are trained. And not only trained, they're ensured they're very empowered and that they have AI integrity, then this is going to be a conversation of the past. We will not be sitting here and saying that we have a huge population of young people who are not employed. And I think this touches into my policy area. I do believe that education in AI needs to start very early. Well, unlike my case, I got to start AI, I think, 4 years ago when I was an adult. So imagine if I had started this a long while ago, I probably would be at MIT or Harvard, you never know. Yeah, you know, I probably would be somewhere else. But it's taken me some time to learn how to use AI properly, to, prompt properly, to build the chatbots that I do. And it's taken time for me to actually garner my experience properly and grow from just building a chatbot for 24 hours to 4 or 5 hours now. So if this had started way earlier, I would have been really, really good at what I do right now. So for me, my urge is, can the member states adopt frameworks for education as early as children start understanding how to use computers? Because only then can we be like China and fight poverty, right? Only then can we have a generation that can create employment at an early age. So yeah, that would be it for me in this question.
Thank you so much. I think you built a lot from what Eric said in the ecosystem of government, private sector, university, bringing in and empowering the youth. And you also highlight the need to start AI education pretty early. Government should create the framework for that. Now, I will go to the last speaker, of course not the least, in the panel, Mr. Abraham Kukusam. The question to you is as follows. The AU, African Union, has developed several frameworks on data governance and digital transformation. From your experience, what key governance gaps still need to be addressed to strengthen data sovereignty and support responsible AI development across Africa? Secondly, the AU data policy framework provides a shared vision for data governance, yet implementation across member states remains uneven. What is driving this gap, and what practical approaches are showing results in closing it? So you have the floor.
Thank you very much. So just to share a few statistics, and I'll attempt to answer the two questions. If we look at the Africa policy landscape at the moment, at the continental level, the African Union Commission has developed the AU data policy framework. Also, the African Union has developed the continental AI strategy. At the regional economic community level, I am aware that at least ECOWAS have revised their supplementary act on personal data protection to incorporate all provisions to support the implementation of AI in West Africa. Also, the East Africa community have developed the East Africa Community Data Governance Framework. And this year, I think even last week or so, there was a stakeholder engagement on a regional AI strategy. And then if you come to the country level, when it comes to AI policies, there are about 22 AI policies in various stages, including draft form on the continent. And when it comes to data protection authorities, we have at least 43 of them set up on the continent. But there is a challenge. And this brings me to the first question, the gaps. The first gap is an implementation gap. I think that as Africans, we are focusing on developing the policy frameworks, but we are not implementing them with the same energy. And there is a big problem because the nature of AI is such that things change so fast. And so if you don't implement the policies, they become obsolete. And with AI, things are also dynamic. So you need to implement the policies to be aware even of what will work and what will not work, so that through the learning and experimentation, you can also adapt your policy. So this is one big gap that we need to address. The second one is an enforcement gap. We have data protection laws on the continent, but usually you realize that the institutions are weak, they are not well funded, they lack the capacity and the skills to enforce our data protection laws. The third one is a data gap. And we know AI thrives on data. Our youth want to innovate. And the first place we can probably start from is public data. So governments use taxpayer money to collect data, but they are not willing to put the data out there for it to be used for research, for innovation, in order to create a local African indigenous AI ecosystem. The other challenge is about allowing data to travel across borders. We are developing policies in our countries, but we are still not opening up to cross-border data flow. And this is where with the Africa Continental Free Trade Area Agreement coming into force, we need to put pressure on our African government to open up so that data can flow freely but in a secure and safe manner. And then finally, there is a sovereign gap. Only 1% of data centers can be located on the continent. And so it means that most of our data, especially the ones on the cloud, are sitting elsewhere. And this is also not good for us. And these are gaps that we need to close. And when it comes to why implementation is uneven across the continent, I will briefly highlight 6 issues. The first is the digital infrastructure. You realize that if you travel across our countries, the infrastructure is at different levels. You cannot compare some countries on the continent to, say, South Africa. So you find a lot of the infrastructure in that part of Africa, whilst other countries struggle with even basic connectivity. The second one is on our legal environment. So AI will not only thrive because you have an AI policy, but AI also requires other auxiliary policies like competition law, intellectual property law, consumer protection law. If you go to our countries, most of our countries do not have this legislation in place. The other one is institutional capacity. Our institutions don't have the capacity to manage sovereign AI and also protect its citizens from the risk while taking advantage of the benefits of AI. Then for me, the biggest challenge is political will. Most of our presidents on big platforms claim that AI will help us leapfrog. But how much of our GDP do we put in AI implementation? And it's about time we end the lip service. And if we really believe that AI would help us leapfrog as a continent, then we have to put our money where our heart is. Then it's about financing. AI requires a lot of money to implement, and then finally, we need to build the technical expertise. And because of time, I may have to leave, so maybe let me give 2 recommendations quickly. If you look at most of the AI policies globally, and also on the continent, they address 4 main issues. So I'm not saying beyond this, other issues are not addressed, but these issues you will always find in all AI policies in Africa. The issue of lack of quality data, the issue of access to infrastructure and compute, the issue of capacity and skills, and finally, the enabling environment or the regulatory framework. And I am not sure I have seen one AI policy on the continent that has specifically addressed issues around AI and jobs. And so this is one thing we should look at as a continent, to develop an AI and jobs prototype that countries can incorporate into their AI strategies. Luckily, we still have...
We're running out of time, please.
Okay. Luckily, we still have a lot of countries that are here to develop their policies, and so this is good. We need to look at AI and jobs in the light of employment policy, skills policy, industrial policy, and social protection. We need to make sure they speak to each other and they are connected. We need to see how we can protect workers whilst enabling productivity, entrepreneurship, and job creation. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I know that you have to leave. That's why I allow you to have a little bit more time than the other panelists. But let's open the floor now for questions, comments. Please just raise your plug if you want to speak, and if possible, you could identify the panelists to whom you are directing your question. Yes, I can remember TOR.
Yes. Thank you very much, Director, and thank you very much, all the panelists. I think if we are going to talk about this issue to do with the AIs, I think we can spend the whole week talking of it. And my question would be, I think a lot of panelists have talked of AIs in terms of infrastructures, in terms of job creation. But my question is, in terms of policies, you know, we have to be very frank to ourselves that we are in a situation where our institutions cannot support what the AI is looking for. Like now, to me, I feel like there has to be a clarity between what kind of job do we think that AI should do, and what kind of job should we keep for the humanities or for the sake of, you know, employment and also the rest of issues. So my question would be, don't you think that there has to be a policies and also strategies in terms of what kind of industry that we should focus on, and also what kind of industry that we should also make sure that people don't lose their job on? Thank you.
Maybe we'll take a series of questions before we turn to the panelists, please. So yes, I see two hands here. Let's start on my far right,
thanks.
And then we'll come to the gentleman in the middle.
Thanks for the for your comments and opinions. My question is to all of you. Do you think it is possible to completely regularize AI? So you come up with a whole bunch of strategies and things like that on AI policies and how to deal with it. But given the pace that is changing, is it honestly possible to do that? And the second question is, especially here in Africa, we are trying to but to regularize AI, but we are not necessarily the developers of AI. So the mismatch between regularizing things that we are not developing, it's something that's a bit of an enigma for me. So it's a question to all of you.
Yes, you have the floor. If you could also direct your question to...
Okay, my question is for all of the panelists and also including the House. So I think when we speak about to the AI things, it's one of the things is the advantage and the disadvantage. So as a continent, you know, we might have, you know, a narrative that will not speak about us. So the truth, I mean. So how we need to have a framework or a policy that to have a control mechanism of the AI. So we know the advantage, but also the disadvantage. So I think we should have as a continent, you know, the control mechanism. So evaluation and monitoring, because if we given all the things for the AI that is true, we will be, you know, in a difficulty as a continent. So the narrative will, I mean, the continental narrative will be disappeared. So I think as a continent, So all the concerned policies makers or the government, all of the concerned policy developer, they should have, how we can make those policies together. So I think we need to have, a common policy framework or a system that controls the AI as a continent. Thank you very much.
Okay. I think there were two. Yes. Please go ahead.
Thank you so much, and to all the panelists for your insightful presentations. My name is Jamal Noor, and the founder and the CEO of Rise Forward Initiative, based in Somaliland. As an African youth engaged in development work, I have observed that many young people have faced challenges such as limited tools, training and mentorship in AI and technology. So my question is specifically to Mawende, and my question is, what strategies do you think are most effective to help the African youth not only consume AI technology, but also actively create solutions and innovations using AI? Thank you.
Okay. I think okay. I have two questions here. Let's start with the lady, then we go to
Thank you. I think what Jake was saying actually resonated a lot. I think there's a lot that we're ignoring about AI. As he indicated, the people that are doing well are the ones who are most likely to be able to take advantage of AI to continue doing well. If you're not doing well, the odds are AI is not in your favor. I'll give you an example. I run a fintech. We are in the lending space, right? I think we had financials that we had to put together last week. I'll be very honest, I did not use our usual accountant. I figured out the financials by myself with Claude, right? You take your, your Zoho books, right? You plug it into Claude to say, please generate XYZ for me. Jake says he wants to see these particular metrics. Do it for me, right? And then you then pay your accountant maybe. I paid the person, I'll be very honest, guys, 1/10 of what I would pay them for them to generate it for me, because I'm now just paying them to rubber stamp what AI has done for me. Same thing with call center agencies, which I think in terms of job creation, we've been seeing quite a boom. I think within the past couple of months, I've been getting a number of missed phone calls from UK numbers, and you can tell this is an AI voice, right? It's not a person on the other line, which then makes me wonder, realistically, from a job creation perspective, should we not be worried? It's not going to create jobs for us realistically. I think it's going to actually subtract. This is even before we start talking about resources. I think the gentleman from GIZ was mentioning that. We're seeing in America, there's uproar over data centers and water. We cannot afford to be losing water that we already don't have. Are we truly being realistic about the pros over the cons that AI is going to give to us as a continent based on where we are at this current stage? This is directed to, sorry, I can't quite see your name, but I think what you're saying as well as to Jake as well. Yes.
Okay. I think Jake maybe. Okay, no, we'll take the very last question in the interest of time, because we have less than 15 minutes left, and we want to give the chance to the panelists to respond. So please, I will give you just 1 minute each for your questions. Please just go directly to your questions. I will take you, and yes, because we need to stop at some stage, otherwise you would not get any responses.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. I think the question over there is really a storm that is heading in front of us, particularly for Africans. But we cannot escape from the challenge. So we need to create some sort of strategies in order to combat
the challenge. But my question for all of panelists would be, what policy frameworks and public-private partnership are needed to ensure that young people are not only users of AI technologies, rather creators, innovation, and entrepreneurs in AI era? So this is the question, because if you answer this question, I think we will manage the challenges that we are facing currently. Thank you.
We have to really move on now. We can continue the conversation during the coffee break that we would have. So let me go to the panelists. We had a number of questions. I will give the floor to all the panelists. You can respond to any of the questions that you would like to, but please don't take more than 2 minutes so that everybody has a chance to respond. And as you do that, if you can just leave us with one critical recommendation that you think would help to address all the challenges that you yourself raised and also the questions that have come from the floor. So you have the floor, yes.
Thank you very much. So I want to address the question of what kind of job should AI take. Yes, I think that we should look at the conversation this way. How can we use AI to solve our problems? We have huge problem with health on the continent, education, agriculture. Let's start from there. Of course, I agree that some jobs will go, and especially call center jobs, they will go. A lot of clerical entry-level jobs will go. But let's do the difficult jobs. How can we leverage AI for the informal sector? The informal sector is a big chunk of our economy. I think these are the things that we should look at, because that is why I'll come back to my recommendation that we need an AI and policy, AI and jobs policy that integrates employment policy, social protection, industrial policy, so that we will know which jobs will go, and then we prepare our youth for that, and then we also know where we can create employment. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll move to Jake.
Yeah, so great questions. I'm going to try to answer your question. I think if anyone tells you they know, they probably don't know. I don't think that's I don't think anyone can say they have any certainty on that. I guess it's possible I'm fundamentally optimistic. I do think there's big risks. I think, like I said, earlier, I think a lot of the data points to a certain amount of insulation in the African economies, since so much of it will be in white-collar, jobs where there's disruption. I also think that generally history points to when these kinds of disruptions happen, they create new and unexpected sectors and jobs that it's much harder to predict the new and positive outcomes because they're not there right now, whereas it's much easier to see what's going to be disrupted and hurt. So I'm fundamentally optimistic. I also think that, a lot of these forces are beyond the control of any single country. And on some level, we just have to lean into the positive side, because cowering and waiting for bad things to happen is, almost never the right response, right? So trying to insulate ourselves from possible negative negative outcomes in the way that global labor, global trade flows, global organization of value chains, all those things are going to change. We just have to, I think, try to be nimble and respond and try to find the positive opportunities. I don't know what else to do, basically. I wanted to also, there was a question over here around how African countries can regulate AI when a lot of it is being produced elsewhere. And I think that's actually a really critical question. For me, I think if you look back at the data privacy, which is, a question that's maybe 10 years old at this point, and is a lot further along than what to do about AI, what to do about social media platforms and data privacy and that kind of thing. The dynamic you saw was a lot of those things being created in the United States and a few specific countries, and then Europe and a few other countries coming up with regulations to manage them that then became kind of a global norm. And I think looking to that model might be very interesting. I think for African countries who maybe feel like, this stuff is happening somewhere else, looking to see who else is a potential ally. How can we construct, coalition across countries who all maybe have similar sets of incentives? I think Europe is potentially, and again, potentially a positive ally in that case, but other parts of the world as well. And saying, look, how do we come together as a bloc and put forward a set of policies and regulations that we can all adhere to and get benefit out of and protect our workforce as well as get the most positive benefits. So that would be a perspective I would have on that particular question.
No, thank you so much, Eric.
Merci. Je voulais juste ici ajouter, parce qu'il y a 3 questions qui ont été posées, mais je pense qu'il s'agit sur la régulation, mais aussi une question sur le cadre légal et réglementaire. Ici, je voudrais reprendre un peu ma casquette en tant qu'exécutif pour vous dire qu'un pays ne peut pas se développer ou mettre en place des initiatives en matière d'IA si à la base vous n'avez pas encore défini la stratégie nationale du pays en matière d'IA. Parce que la stratégie, c'est un document de co-construction. C'est un document que vous construisez avec l'écosystème national. Et c'est dans cette stratégie que vous définissez tous les besoins du pays. Une stratégie en matière d'IA, c'est une stratégie qui est assortie d'un plan d'action sur une période quelconque, sur 3 ans, sur 5 ans. C'est vous, le pays, qui allez dire qu'est-ce que nous voulons implémenter très rapidement en matière d'IA. Quel est le domaine que nous voulons mettre en avant en matière d'IA. Donc ça, c'est clair. Et deuxième chose aussi, ce qu'il faut retenir, parce qu'on parle aussi de la donnée. On ne peut pas, d'un côté, ne pas avoir la stratégie de l'IA et on n'a pas aussi la stratégie des données. Ce n'est pas possible. Donc, s'il y a une stratégie de données, forcément, il doit y avoir une stratégie de l'IA. Ou à défaut, vous les combinez les deux en un seul document et avec une vision claire et précise du pays. Il y a une question qui a été posée, je pense, sur la régulation de l'IA, mais je crois qu'on a déjà répondu à cette question. C'est pareil aussi pour mettre en place le framework qu'on est en train de dire ici en matière d'intelligence artificielle. Donc, si le pays n'a pas une loi sur l'IA, parce que de la loi va découler plusieurs autres documents d'encadrement justement de cette technologie-là. Donc, je voulais juste, pour répondre à cette question, apporter cette précision. Merci.
Thank you. So let's get the last response. Wendy?
I'd say a majority has been said. I'll just focus on 2 key areas. One of the panelists did highlight an issue with implementation, and I will highlight that as I also respond to the question that was asked by the founder from Somalia on what training can we have for young people to ensure that they create solutions and innovations. So our first challenge that we have currently is we have an issue with implementation of existing policies. And like we all know, Africa has amazing policies. We have very beautiful shelved policies. And so what we do is we create AI platforms that translate these policies. And that could be one of the ways that young people in Africa can use their skills to create solutions and innovations. And I think it doesn't have to be a specific way. It doesn't have to follow a specific pattern. Because, again, the conversation on us being users and not developers has been brought up so many times. And so we also need to realize that our abilities can only get to a certain level when it comes to actually using AI at the current moment. As I finish up, I would say that it is important that we ensure that our young people are getting direct mentorship. There's still a huge gap in the mentorship in the AI space because not a lot of us have expertise in that. But if you happen to find an expert in that, please hold on to them because it's really, really important. And my last words would be, It is about time that we move from the Book of Lamentations when it comes to matters AI and the youth and open the page of Acts. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that we have just 1 or 2 minutes left, and I see the colleagues already looking at me. So I use those 2 minutes. I will leave it with our colleague Camilla of Oxford Martin School on her final reflection. She may like to touch on some of the questions, or she may just say her take from this session.
Thank you, Director. I think what I take from this is there's more questions than answers that we have, which really calls for more data and research to understand how AI and technology and innovation will impact our economies. Automation and bringing a robot into, for example, a restaurant in Africa will likely create a job to bring in someone who understands how that robot will fit into the ecosystem, whereas the same robot will actually displace a job in China. So I think it's important to put into context all these discussions in terms of how do they apply to the context of our economies. One big thing I think is in terms of skills and the opportunity to leapfrog. We don't have to use AI or develop AI in the way that we have seen it developed in advanced markets. We don't have to follow those systems. And I think we've already seen it happening with different technologies in terms of climate applications, in terms of agricultural applications. So maybe looking at some of the opportunities and some of the skills that align with our sectors of growth and that are aligned with unique opportunities that we have. Let me stop there. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I think we don't have any more time for further comments. I will just ask all of us to join me to give a hand of applause to our panelists.
Thank you very much, Director Lesinge, and our esteemed panelists. Please join me one more time in giving them a round of applause for a great panel. Distinguished guests, as we await our next panel, may I kindly invite you to stand for a moment? Can everybody please stand up? I'm told by the doctors that this is good for us to stretch a little bit after, sitting for 2 panels, so please feel free to stretch. Don't hit anybody on your left or your right, but let's stretch a little bit. All right. And now can you please talk to the person beside you and remind them to join us for the cocktail later on? Just say you're invited. I hope I will see you there. There are lovely refreshments. All right. And then remind them that there's also the knowledge fair. Thank you so much. You may please be seated. Okay. We have one more thematic session and a very short impact talk remaining today. We will now move to thematic session C, which will focus on unlocking regional value chains within the African continental free trade area to empower youth-led enterprises across Africa. This session will be moderated by Melako Desta, Director in the Regional Integration and Trade Division at the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa. Joining him for this discussion are Tasha Chitika, founder, Wingi General Dealers; Gugulethu Siso, Chief Executive Officer of Thumeza; Semhal Guesh Beri, founder and CEO, Cabana Design; Shipra Chisha, President, African Women in Business; Fetene Aragao, Business Development Manager, A-Trade Group; Andrew Aliu, Regional Economist, Regional Office for Africa, International Labour Organization; and Emmanuel Subiran, Policy and Program Officer for Trade and Economic Integration, Delegation of the European Commission to the African Union and ECA. Director Desta, you have the floor. The session is scheduled for 65 minutes, but if you want to use less, we are very happy. Thank you so much. Over to you.
Okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, excellencies. And thank you, Master of Ceremony, by reminding us all about the
the cocktail. I'm not sure if you are helping this session or not, because we are already very late, and but we'll try our best, ladies and gentlemen. This is a great session. A lot of effort has gone into this. My name is Malaku Desta. I'm the acting director of the Regional Interior and Trade Division. And the work, the underlying work for this was done by the colleagues from the Sub-Regional Office in Southern Africa, to whom I'm really, really grateful, in collaboration with the ILO and the Southern African Youth Forum. So I'm very, very grateful that we have put this session together. And of course, it very much resonates. It's at the heart of the entire conversation that we are having here, titled Unlocking Regional Value Chains and Empowering Africa's Youth-Led Enterprises to Thrive under the FCFTA. So regional value chains, youth-led enterprises, the FCFTA. These are the three buzzwords that we have here. We always talk about the FCFTA in very high-sounding terms, for good reasons, because we believe if it is properly implemented, this is a platform that can help all of us unleash the power of economy of scale and take Africa forward significantly. I don't have a lot of time, as you can imagine. Initially, we were told we had an hour and 15 minutes, then that was cut down to about an hour and 5 minutes. So I'm not going to take long to introduce this session, but let me just give you an outline of how we are going to run this. First, we will hear from three colleagues here on the stage, three young ladies who are doing some inspiring work. We are going to hear their testimonials about their experience as entrepreneurs. Two come from the Southern Africa region, from Zimbabwe, and another from Zambia. And the third one comes from here, closer to home, from within Ethiopia. And then that will be followed by a panel discussion among the other colleagues that you see on the stage here. So, without further ado, I'm going to follow the sequence that I have in front of me, and I'm going to start by asking Mrs. Gugulethu Siso, founder of Tumeza in Zimbabwe, to take the next 4 minutes maximum and give us your testimonials, your experiences, and the extent to which the FCFTA can help, and hopefully it does not hinder, the work that you are trying to do would be very helpful, and then of course we'll be identifying the key issues around which all the other colleagues will be having a conversation about. Over to you, Gugu. 4 minutes from now, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. I think you've been hearing a lot of my voice for the past hour, so no need for introductions in essence. As indicated, I'm the CEO as well as the founder of Tumeza Enterprises. We're a fintech that provides working capital financing to the logistics sector. So my intervention, in essence, is just going to be a quick sharing of the Tumeza story as well as my story. So Tumeza started off in 2018 in Zimbabwe as a last mile logistics company. This was in response to when Uber had just got into the market, and Uber was moving goods, for people across the world, but in Zimbabwe, we hadn't quite gotten there to that point. As you quickly realize, anyone who's ever done any form of e-commerce support system, volumes are what make or break you. If you do not have the volumes, you do not have a business because the margins are too small. Quickly realized that the hard way, and then pivoted to now moving goods on behalf of retailers such as Pick n Pay, Spar, to name a few. We moved their goods within my hometown. Shout out to Bulawayo, if there's anyone from here. Doesn't look like it. But yes, quickly we started moving goods on behalf of Pick n Pay, let's say from warehouse to warehouse, in essence, just last mile fulfillment. Then once again realized that there's not too much money in that sector. Moved up the value chain again to now freight, which in essence is moving goods for the Pick and Pays within Zimbabwe, as well as cross-border to South Africa, Zambia, Botswana, as well as a couple of others. Then COVID hit. I think many of us in business, if you're in logistics, I see there's a gentleman smiling over there. He already knows what I'm about to say. COVID hit, which means that logistics, which is already an industry which is plagued by, lengthy payment timelines. In essence, what you were getting in, let's say, 45 days, you are now getting in 90 days, if you're lucky. And remember, there's no one in an office, so businesses could get away with saying, we'll see you when we get to the office once a week. So if you don't have any form of leverage, and by leverage I mean either you are a transporter with quite, a lot of vehicles, or you have some form of leverage, there's no one who's going to take you seriously. Unfortunately, we were forced to shut down that particular business model because we owed so much money to our transporters that by the time we got paid, everything just went to our debts and there was nothing left. So I took a break and I sat down and I was like, let me figure out my life. Maybe let me look for a job. Then I started getting some phone calls from our transporters saying, hey, so remember how you would give us a little bit of money for fuel in order to service Pick and Pay? Turns out they'd been taking that money that I was giving them for fuel to then get to drop off the goods and then come back with cash trips. Cash trips that might not pay them as much, but meaning cash in hand. So in essence, I'd been financing these people without realizing it. So I was like, I think there's a business model there. I can make money off of this, and I can, sleep well at night, which is something that I think if you were to see me 4 years ago, you see that there's a big difference. Which is what has currently led to our current business model, which is Tumeza Financing, how we are now actually providing invoice financing for the logistics sector. A typical transaction is that we'll approach an entity such as Pick and Pay, who heavily outsources. We finance their logistics transporters upon delivery, and then Pick and Pay pays us at the end of a prescribed payment timeline with, of course, a percentage for us. However, in terms of the AFCFTA, I think we are one of the companies that have been able to walk the talk in terms of cross-border trade because we currently have transactions in Zimbabwe, South Africa, Kenya, as well as Uganda. But I'll be very honest, this is something that I wish someone has set me down and said, are you sure that you're able to actually service what you're swallowing right now? The key issues that we're facing in terms of this, dispute resolution as well as payments. So I'm going to finish this off in 1 minute. By dispute resolution, I mean, once you have a contract with someone in Kenya from South Africa, jurisdiction is a big issue. If someone owes you money, your court process is not the simplest thing to do. You have to sue them in South Africa, get a judgment, then go to Kenya and sue them and get another judgment. How many of us can actually afford that, let alone a small-scale trader? Same thing, payments. I've got my South African rands, I need to give you Kenya shillings. As much as we've got the PAPs, right, that's not actually active in our corner of the world in Southern Africa, which means that I need to buy USD, get it to Kenya, and then when they're now trying to pay me back, they need to buy USD and send it back. And with businesses that rely on extremely small margins, this is not worth it. So I know that I do not have any more time, but that is our experience with trading across the continent. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The moment you start talking about the issue of conflicting judgments or carrying judgments from one jurisdiction to another, you took me back to my days as a professor of international law. So now I'm going to go to Mrs. Tasha Chitka, founder, Wingi Generals Dealer, Zambia. Tasha, you also have 4 minutes. I'm hoping that you will tell us your story within 4 minutes. Over to you.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. I'm Tasha, the founder of Wingi General Dealers, a company that deals in the importation of table salt and coarse salt because, salt is a natural resource, and Zambia, we don't have that natural resource. So we depend on countries like Botswana and Namibia to have our table salt. And being a cross-border trader as a woman and as a youth is not an easy thing. Like, there are many challenges and also there are many opportunities. And I'll just highlight few challenges and also few opportunities, because it might take me the whole day talking about cross-border trade. So some of the challenges are theft. In cross-border trade, there's so much theft. 5 in 4 SMEs, cross-border traders, have lost money. Why? Because they lack knowledge, and there are many middlemen, and there are also cartels that have been operating in cross-border trade for a while. And the second challenge is Forex. I cannot exchange the Zambian kwacha to the Botswanan pula or the Namibian dollar. I need to rely on unregulated money changers who are found at the borders. So you'd find that the currency will be strengthening, but then because they're unregulated, they will not be able to reduce, or they want to also make a profit at the end of the day, in short. Then the other challenge is delay. Sometimes you'd find that because Namibia has got its own clearing process, and the papers need to move from Namibia. When the agent from Namibia is done, they are sent to Zambia, and then your truck is released, inspection, so you lose time, and some transporters get frustrated. And the other challenge is monopoly. So there are many big players in cross-border trade, and you find that you are relying on the same supplier, and they'll go to the supplier and say, I'm the only one who wants to be sourcing products from you. I don't want these others. If it were you, what would you do? You go and say, we can't sell you anymore. But you're asking, Tasha, how have you managed? So how do we deal with theft? Number one, the introduction of mobile money services. Actually, 3 weeks ago, I just used Airtel Money to send money to Kenya, and I was so excited. So you can now pay your custom duty directly to your supplier or to your transporter without depending on an agent. And also, the other way is having the right information and talking to the right people. Then when it comes to Forex, so how do we deal with Forex in cross-border trade? You identify some traders from Namibia or Botswana that sell and import goods from Zambia. Then you exchange 1 to 1, nothing like 1 point what, no. It is 1 to 1, and it has really worked. And the other challenge I forgot to mention is transportation costs. Transport is very expensive. And how do we deal with transportation costs? There are backloads. Like, Zambia is a land-linked country, and we have many trucks going to Durban, Port Durban, Wavis Bay Port. So when those companies deliver their goods, they are likely to come back empty. So we utilize that transport at a lower rate to transport our goods, and then delayed clearing of goods. So the moment your goods are loaded, you get the papers, send them to your agent, and they start processing. Before the truck even starts off, they start processing your goods so that by the time your truck is going to get at the border, they would find that the documents are ready. Yes, and I would also just love to say that it is doable. If I can do it, every youth can do it. And many sectors in Africa, they are not ready for us, the youths. So we can't just sit down and wait for things to change or work in our favor. We need to step in there and fight, because we are the future leaders and we can do it. Let us step in sectors where others are afraid of stepping in. Thank you.
If I can do it, all of us can do it. Wonderful. I think that should be the slogan of this session. Thank you very much, Tasha. And now I go to Samahal Gushbarhe, CEO of Kabana Leather from here in Addis. Kabana, I think, is the name of the village. Am I correct? Kabana. Or is it Kabana?
It's Kabana.
Kabana, I'm told, because there is also a village, an area of the city called Kabana. Please, over to you, Kabana.
Thank you so much.
Samal.
Thank you so much, Malako. Usually people assume that we are from Kabana River.
Exactly.
So,
Exactly.
Kabana is an old word. It means directly from us to you. I am the founder and CEO of Kabana Design. We are downstairs at the Knowledge Fair, for those of you who haven't seen us. I started Kabana as a young entrepreneur around 2017 after successfully failing 3 businesses. I think I would say successful because all of them taught me all the taxations that go into a business, all the impact that needs to bring, and all the hurdles that a business owner needs to happen. I'm a soldier's daughter. Both my parents are government workers, so I have no history of business, so all I had to do was fail and learn. So we grew the business from a small startup to an export-oriented manufacturing company. We became the biggest bag exporter in the country, running 2023 and 2024. So it was a successful business without any kind of investment or outside financing. We've exported close to 3 million USD in leather goods, but unfortunately, only, less than a quarter of it was within my continent. I think we've created jobs for our community. By policy and by design, we hire women, and most of the women are coming from our community. I don't know if in other African countries we have it. In Ethiopia, government has a policy to support women who are returnees or deported from Gulf countries. So we directly hire from shelters. We've trained around 250 people directly in our factory. Well, COVID, as my friend was saying earlier, gave us a wake-up call, so we pivoted into a textile business, so which opened our textile business. So that means, it was a problem child, but it allowed us to expand not only to US market, Germany, but also within Africa. So after COVID, we opened our first shop in Kigali. Maybe we expanded too quickly because Ethiopia hadn't rectified the African Free Trade Zone tariffs, so it didn't give us that opportunity to be able to take advantage of the tariffs. So we opened 2022, but our biggest advantage or our biggest export came in 2026, where we exported around 2,000 shoes and close to 1,000 bags, where we're seeing the advantage of the tariffs, where I am able to see sourcing from Africa. Recently, we had a meeting with a YKK zipper that we can source directly from Swaziland through South Africa. So that gives us the advantage that we can source within Africa and get the advantage that our continent has. We can manufacture through Africa as well by collaborating with other entrepreneurs in Rwanda as well as in Kenya. So that means our biggest export becoming 90% to US will now be reversed into an African export. So one of the things I've learned is it's not the talent that was the problem, it was really the access. And I was able to see that we were not able to finance most of our purchase orders directly. Even if you get like 100,000 purchase orders, if you cannot be able to finance it, lack of the finance for young entrepreneurs became a bottleneck for us. So we had to, dissect those orders into 3-4 purchase orders, spreading it through the years. But what I also understood is also cross-border payments and trade barriers were there. If I'm able to sell from Rwanda, I can accept via M-Pesa from Kenya, but I'm not able to accept any kind of money from Ethiopia. I can pay from Rwanda to Ethiopia, but I cannot pay from Ethiopia to Rwanda. So those are some of the things that cross-border payments that I've understood. Logistics and shipments, my friends have already said it here on the panel. We had to use Ethiopian cargo, even though Rwanda was very close if we're using a road transport, which would have been cheaper. But it's a developing country, right? So we're still yet to take advantage of those things. Also, what I've understood is with these jobs, with this trading, we can be unlocking a lot more jobs than what we currently have. So I'm very happy to be an African SME giving testimonial on this panel.
Ladies and gentlemen, I think you will agree with me that between these 3 colleagues, we have heard some very inspiring stories, really. If I start from the last one, for example, to hear that the FCFTA market, the African market, is providing an alternative to the foreign non-African markets that used to be available. In the case of AGOA, for example, I still remember when the beneficiary, Ethiopia was removed from the beneficiary list there, and how many textile companies in particular were impacted. And now you are telling us you are looking to Africa, not just as a market to export to sell in, but also as a market to source from. That I think is the kind of story that we want to hear when we talk about the AfCFTA. And then Tasha, I think you identified a number of the challenges that affect anyone who dares to try to become an entrepreneur on this continent. You reminded me, when you were talking about this, reminded me of a panel that I was in the audience, but on the panel was Aliko Dangote. And he was talking about his experience being an industrialist, a manufacturer in the continent. And he made this very interesting point at one point when he said, look, when the judgment day comes, those of us who have been trying to be industrialists on the African continent will go directly to heaven because we have already paid our prices while we're on earth. So I think that is the kind of, you're talking about knowledge gaps and cartels, monopolies, payment challenges, delays, you name it. So I thought that was, and despite all that, you conclude by saying, if I can do it, anybody can do it, and it can be done. And Guguletu, I think the way you started talking about Uber coming into Zimbabwe, and then how that started affecting the market, and then how it went into freight transport across borders, and then COVID, and then they need to improvise in the face of COVID, and then you conclude by talking about the issue of dispute resolution, conflict resolution, where you are right. If you ask Emmanuel on our panel, he will tell you how they tried to overcome this issue of judgments delivered in one country not recognized in another country, for example, through a treaty mechanism. And then I think we'll come to all those issues in a moment. Ladies and gentlemen, I think the challenges have been laid out in front of us by these three inspiring colleagues on the stage. Access to finance, market access opportunities, information, anti-competitive practices, and of course the issue of payments and settlements, currency convertibility. All of these things have been raised. And now I'm going to go to my panelists. I have some four very qualified, eminent colleagues on the stage. I have Mrs. Shifra Chisha, who comes from the Gracia Marshall Trust, but also SADC Business Council. We have Mr. Fatana Aragao, who comes from A-Trade, and then my colleague, Mr. Andrew Aliyu from the International Labour Organization, and our friend and colleague, Mr. Emmanuel Subiro, from the European Union office here in Addis. So these colleagues will be able to shed light on some of the challenges that have been raised here. So I will follow the sequence that I have, and panelists, if you try to limit your interventions to a maximum of 5 minutes, we'll be able to give a chance to the audience, to the room here, because as you can see, they are very patient. They are waiting and listening to us at this time of the day. So, Shifra, I'm going to come to you. As someone who comes from the Gracia Marshall Trust, which does a great job of supporting women to grow enterprises, you were talking about earlier during your own interventions, expand financial access and become architects of economic change. Can you please tell us what, in your view, are the major finance-related impediments that face youth-led businesses, and how digital marketplace and e-commerce platforms can help youth enterprises access regional and continental markets using the AfCFTA as a platform? You have 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. Thanks. I think as I was listening to the youngsters talking, to the youth talking, I was thinking about a couple of years back when we were looking at the African Continental Free Trade, and we were saying that this is gender blind. And at that point, we then looked at the protocol on youth and women and youth. And I've got a lot of answers and questions for them as well. But I just sat here and I thought, we were thinking about the agreement being gender blind. Now we're thinking about the implementation and how do we need to implement. And what are the challenges that what we created needs to be sorted so that we can look at implementation. But I'm going to stick to my script so that I can keep the 5 minutes because, as I say, I've got quite a lot to say. But just maybe thinking about an example of one of our entrepreneurs, Diana Kachingwe from Malawi, an entrepreneur that was supported by the Graça Machel Trust, and you'll hear me talking about the Graça Machel Trust, the African Women in Business, as well as the SADC Business Council, because I represent all those organizations. The Graça Machel Trust Women Creating Wealth Jumpstarters program, through our catalytic financing, mentorship, and digital business training, she was able to strengthen her productivity, capacity, and she was able to access markets and also assist beyond her immediate community through digital platforms. This is where financing began to translate into trade. Her monthly sales increased to 45% in income. Her enterprise moved from local survival business into digitally connected trading activity with wider market reach, showing how financing and digital access together unlock real trade outcomes. Now she further expanded into cross-border digital services and delivering online training to 83 participants in Mozambique, in Kenya, as well as Zambia, demonstrating that youth enterprises are no longer confined to local markets, but increasingly a part of the regional and digital services and value chains. So the key question then that we have and we're looking at is what financing mechanisms can realistically be scaled? I think behind me, we're saying that today we are here to look at innovative solutions to enable more youth enterprises like this. And how do we ensure that digital platforms functions as through trade infrastructure under the AFCFTA? Now, from my experience at the Graça Machel Trust, through this program that I mentioned, the Women Creating Wealth program, which has reached over 6,400 women who have created over 30,000 youth jobs and are looking at impacted more than 100,000 livelihoods. Youth entrepreneurship must be understood as a pathway for structural transformation, value addition, as well as regional integration, not only job creation. The Jumpstarter model that I've mentioned shows that effective support must combine catalytic grants, it must combine mentorship, it must combine investment readiness support. If one does the one without the other, you're setting up young people for failure. It needs to be a 360. Through this approach, youth entrepreneurs across 6 countries have been supported to move from ideas to scalable enterprises. So these are some of the solutions that we have offered. In Senegal, we had an entrepreneur, Anta, who used the program support to strengthen her digital strategy and business capacity. Her revenue increased by 11%. She created jobs for young people, and she also trained young people through digital careers. This reinforces for us the key lesson that financing or finance only becomes transformative when it is linked to capacity building or capability, markets, and implementation support. So as I say, if we want to make sure that young people succeed, we need to make sure that we provide all this. This is why mechanisms such as non-collateral lending, challenge funds, purchase order financing, crowdfunding, and I think this morning it was mentioned, but blended finance models are essential for scaling youth entrepreneurs. And we have a lot of, in Malawi, for example, we supported financial institutions to increase non-collateral loan ceilings with certain thresholds, removing structural barriers that limit youth participation in production. So the AFCFTA requires us to treat digital platforms, not as e-commerce tools, but as regional trade transformation. These platforms enable markets to access suppliers, to connect suppliers, to look at logistics and coordination, and also to look at digital payments. So in closing, the challenge is not only to create youth-owned enterprises, but to ensure that they move from survival entrepreneurship to competitive, to value creating, to enterprise embedded in the regional value chains, which aligns our focus of our focus today, looking at implementation, scaling what works, and accountability for the results. Then the success will be measured not only by policy commitments, which I think is what has been discussed this morning, but by enterprises that are scaling, that are looking at creating jobs, that are accessing markets, and that are making sure that livelihoods are transformed. So AFCFTA provides us with a platform. The young people are providing us with innovation. Let's look at how to deal with that.
Thank you very much, Shipra. I think clearly the trust, even from that one project, talking about creating 6,000 plus jobs, I think it's something that must be, recognized, uploaded, and all. So now I'm going to go to Mr. Fatana Arragao from AE-Trade. Fatana, as someone who comes from AE-Trade, which is, I think, I'm sure you will say something about that. I find this as one of the pioneering enterprises in the digital trade field in particular. So, and then earlier when Tasha was talking about how excited she was when the idea of mobile money came, I was thinking about the question I was preparing to ask you. So can you tell us, please, what governments can do to accelerate the development of digital trade corridors, smart borders, and what would be your advice for SMEs to translate their online presence into cross-border trade, physical deliveries, and then payments? Over to you, Fatana. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. From AE-Trade's perspective, we believe that the real challenge is not whether African entrepreneurs are entrepreneurially potential or not. We believe they clearly do have the entrepreneurial potential. The real challenge is that many youth-led enterprises are not fully utilizing the ecosystem to access the market. So here comes the major challenges that face these SMEs. Most of the challenges include standards and certification issues, market information issue, and secure payment issue, and of course, as mentioned, logistics and financing issue. And there is also trust issue between buyers and sellers, and there is also a gap in the skill among the entrepreneurs or SMEs. As a result, even there are opportunities across the FCFTA. SMEs are not able to convert those opportunities, and actual transactions are not being made. The key issue here is that market access must be viewed as a complete journey, not just a single intervention. As a solution, we recommend 3 actions. One is the use or SMEs must be trade ready before they are asked to export. So before we ask young entrepreneurs to export, we must help them improve product quality, packaging, standard compliance, and business documentation processes, pricing, and also digital readiness. So export success begins before products reach a border. So we believe the first task should be educating the entrepreneurs. So the second issue is connecting young entrepreneurs to the real buyers through platforms like Sokoko Africa, which is an e-commerce platform under AE-Trade Group. Business can gain visibility beyond their local communities and access regional market. So through Sokoko, market visibility will be created. However, visibility alone is not enough. So there is also a need to complete transactions, which is a critical action. So even if there is a trade opportunity, only it becomes real when a buyer can trust the seller. Payments can be made securely, and goods can be delivered efficiently, and both parties can operate within a predictable framework. So this needs to operate an integrated ecosystem, which is essential for the SMEs to be active in the ecosystem. So under the African Continental Free Trade Area, digital marketplace and e-commerce platforms can only play a transformative role by reducing distance and connecting businesses across borders. However, effective digital platforms must do more than simply display products online. So they must provide, like mentioned earlier, trust must be assured between traders, and there should be secure payment infrastructure, logistics support, and training and capacity building. And lastly, access to finance is critical for the success of the overall ecosystem. So usually there is a common misconception: online presence alone or automatically leads to trade, but the reality is that most SMEs may have social media pages or storefronts, but yet still they struggle to conduct cross-border business. So the key bottlenecks here remains the same. There is trust issue, and payment issue, logistics, and access to finance and compliance issues remain the key bottlenecks. So governments here should intervene by integrating the general ecosystem or by developing digital trade corridors and smart borders through digitizing the entire ecosystem or the entire trade journey from business registration and product verification, electronic certificates and compliance documentation, digital payments and financial infrastructures, logistics tracking and border management, and buyer-seller verification and trust frameworks are necessary that the government should intervene. As at A Trade Group, we are building exactly this type of ecosystem. We have Sokoko Africa, which is a market which creates market access and continental visibility for the SMEs. We also have A Trust, which is a secure transaction payment system that supports buyer-seller transaction and builds trust. There is A Logistics for the fulfillment and delivery coordination. And we have also A Learning platform for the capacity building and digital training for the SMEs. And for the finance facilitation, we also have an investment alliance wing that provides access to finance for the SMEs.
I'm having to ask you to finish, Fatana, please.
Okay. And lastly, the most transformative intervention for youth enterprises is the creation of a complete support pathway. Training alone is not enough, and access to market is not enough, and marketplace alone is not enough. So young enterprises need all of the following connected systems as an ecosystem, like business formalization, and product readiness, digital visibility, market access, and logistics, and access to finance and secure payments are necessary to be connected. So when these elements are connected, youth enterprise can move from survival entrepreneurship to competitive participants in the regional and value chains. So the concrete commitment regarding the concrete commitment for A-Trade for the coming 1.5 years, we will work on onboarding SMEs to Sokoko Africa. Thousands of SMEs will be onboarded on that. And for this purpose, we will deploy digital trade advisors across the countries that we operate. And we will enable secure transaction support and strengthen logistics access. And finally, we will work with financial institutions to improve access to finance. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Fatana. I know you have a lot to tell us about this in this area. I still remember meeting your colleague from A-Trade when we were still at the drafting stage of the safety agreement back 10 years ago, and I'm happy to see that you are still going strong and you are helping us come up with innovative solutions. Now I'm going to come to you, Andrew Aliyu from the ILO. You come from the ILO, an institution which is critical to our discourse here. And of course, I would like to thank you for joining us. My question to you centers around access to established businesses. Very often when we talk about youth-led businesses, we talk about SMEs. And of course, we love to support SMEs, but at some point, at least some of the SMEs, hopefully, we also want to see them grow into large businesses, right? That's what success is. Now, what can be done to strengthen linkages with big businesses, for example, Andrew? What is the role of initiatives such as supplier development programs and the like in the effort to connect youth-led enterprises with large enterprises? And then where do you see those opportunities for networks, value chains, linkages, etc.? Over to you, Andrew. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Malako, and thanks to the team for this opportunity, and good afternoon, everyone. You mentioned about supplier development programs. It's interesting, this is the first time it's been mentioned throughout this conversation. So I will take probably a few seconds to talk about it as the approach that has been used. So supplier development programs generally are initiatives that help small and medium-scale enterprises to become more competitive suppliers to large businesses, to multilateral, to multinationals, and to government agencies and export markets. Basically, supply development programs link the small actors to the big boys, if you like. The overall objective normally is to strengthen the capabilities of local suppliers so that they can meet the requirements of the big players. And these requirements mostly are around product quality, standards, reliability, production capacity, because most of the small businesses don't have production capacity, adequate capacity. But importantly also regulations, because regulations have been, is one culprit for putting small businesses out of business. But when we talk about regulations, since you say I'm from the ILO, we also talk about occupational safety, health, and environmental compliance. Small businesses also struggle with technological innovation. So supplier development programs help to support them with that. So these are supplier development programs generally. But why are they relevant to youth in particular? Of course, most of the speakers here have spoken quite eloquently around the barriers youth-led enterprises face. So for example, lack of market access. So what supplier development programs do is to link or introduce small businesses. So we have good examples. So for example, the Kenya Linkages program, they also help to address the issue of credibility that young enterprises lack, skills gap, and small scale, and also the issues around information asymmetry. Small businesses normally lack this, and supplier development programs try to fill that gap and connect them. So for example, a typical supplier business, supplier development program in agro processing will, for example, identify a promising youth-led enterprise, help them to meet issues like food safety, and then connect them to some working capital and some supermarket chain. And so this is how they operate. And then now, how can we strengthen them? In short, it's really a twofold or two-pronged intervention. One, we seek to address their capability constraints on one hand, but on the other hand, we also help them meet the requirements of the larger farms and the regional value chain. Effective approaches have used a combination which I think one of the colleagues mentioned, skills, enterprise upgrading, market access facilitation, and incentives for and incentivizing lead farms. So, I mean, strengthening them. I mentioned the issue about capability. It still remains, I mean, we joke about the continuous capacity building, but it still remains a significant dimension of how these youth enterprises or youth-led enterprises can be. Of course, the issues around capacity should really become a package bundle that looks at, as I said, skills, finance, standards, and operating markets. Lessons from ILO interventions around Africa suggest that youth enterprises succeed when they go beyond entrepreneurship training, but also really trying to understand how the market operates or functions. That leads me to a second point, which is quite important.
And if you can finalize in 1 minute.
Okay. That training alone is not sufficient. Because most of our interventions are supplier-driven, it's important that we make supplier development really demand-led, and ensure that the supplier development programs are actually embedded in market system. Most often, we try to capacitate them in the hope that they will find their way into markets and value chains. So our interventions, ILO interventions in Zambia, Zimbabwe, Kenya point strongly to this evidence. And we've also been doing quite a lot in refugee host communities in Kenya, and we are doing something here in Ethiopia. An approach we call AIMS. AIMS is an approach to inclusive market systems. It has two dimensions. One is the pool dimension, which will help to develop markets and value chains to create opportunities. Then the push dimension is actually to work with these groups so that with the right skills and capabilities so they can access those opportunities. So the AIMS approach is actually being used in currently over 25 countries on the continent. Then just one last point, Malako, issues around being intentional. Really, if you want to, the issues around actually targeting youth-led, but also creating incentives for the larger farms to deal with the youth. There are strong examples in South Africa, for example, Kenya, Zambia, and Zimbabwe on points that we're working on. Thanks, and over.
Thank you very much, Andrew. Again, I would have loved to give you more time so we could hear the full, presentation, but we have to cut you short, unfortunately, because of the time. Now, I'm going to go to Mr. Subiro Emmanuel. As someone who comes from one of the major partners and supporters of Africa's development endeavors, the European Union, I would like to ask you, Emmanuel, to please speak to us about the major finance-related impediments for the youth entrepreneur. We know finance is a big issue even for the established businesses, let alone for the small players, for the young players who are just starting. And what can be done about this? Perhaps there might also be lessons that we can learn from the European experience in this area. So if you take 5 minutes, if you limit yourself to 5 minutes, Emmanuel, you'll also allow me to give a chance for one or two persons in the audience to ask questions. You have 5 minutes. Thank you.
Ok, merci bien. Je vais passer au français pour les francophones. C'est une opportunité. Donc effectivement, je pense qu'une des choses qu'on a vues au cours de ces dernières années, c'est une tendance à la baisse de l'aide au développement, et il risque d'y avoir dans les années qui viennent peut-être encore moins de fonds de ce côté-là. Et donc du coup, une des choses sur lesquelles on essaie de se concentrer, c'est notamment le financement mixte, blended finance. Parce qu'effectivement, ça permet de faire un effet de levier et de diminuer les risques, notamment pour le secteur privé, pour les investisseurs, les fonds en capital risque, etc. Et l'Union européenne, alors je vais parler de ce qu'on fait à l'extérieur. Bien sûr, on a des mécanismes parfois similaires en Europe, hein. Donc c'est simplement qu'on les adapte pour les pays partenaires. La plus grande initiative en ce moment de l'Union européenne, c'est Global Gateway. Je pense que tout le monde en a entendu parler. On parle quand même sur le cycle programmatique 2021-2027 de plus de 300 milliards d'euros d'investissement, dont le package pour l'Afrique qui représente la moitié, 150 milliards. Et on est en 2026 et on a déjà 90% des objectifs qui sont atteints, donc on ira probablement au-delà de ces 150 milliards d'investissement pour l'Afrique. C'est vrai que c'est beaucoup des infrastructures, mais ce n'est pas uniquement des infrastructures. Je voudrais parler d'une initiative en particulier qui est très importante dans l'appui aux PME. Alors, ça a un nom en anglais, donc désolé, mais c'est Investing in Youth Businesses in Africa. Ce fonds, alors c'est à la fois des garanties. Là, on parle de plus de 700 millions d'euros de garanties. Quand on parle de garantie, en fait, c'est par exemple de l'argent qui permettent de réduire les risques pour les banques locales pour pouvoir prêter de l'argent aux PME. Mais on parle aussi de plus de 300 millions en programme. Donc des projets, on a quelque chose comme 8 à 10 projets régionaux qui couvrent plus d'une vingtaine de pays en Afrique. Et là, on touche le pré-amorçage, l'amorçage, alors, je sais pas, seed money, hein, je sais pas si, et tout ce qui est l'accompagnement, parce qu'on se rend compte que les financements seuls ne suffisent pas. Il faut à chaque fois quand même pas mal d'accompagnement. Et dans ce projet-là, donc c'est soutenu par l'Union européenne, par 13 États membres de l'Union européenne, et puis des banques à la fois publiques, privées, la Banque européenne d'investissement, etc. Ce qu'on voit, c'est que l'accès au financement est un vrai problème, mais effectivement, il y a beaucoup de solutions. Ce qu'il y a, c'est que souvent, c'est une question d'échelle. Il y a eu une étude de la Banque mondiale il y a quelques années qui disait que pour accompagner une entreprise, il fallait qu'un partenaire financier mette à peu près $10 000 pour l'accompagner. Donc vous imaginez que si on doit accompagner des milliers, voire des millions d'entreprises sur le continent, c'est vite un manque de moyens important. Je me souviens de projets, par exemple, où on pouvait soutenir 5000 jeunes entrepreneurs. On était très contents, mais par rapport au nombre de jeunes entrepreneurs qui étaient sur le marché dans un pays donné, c'était une goutte d'eau, quoi. Donc en fait, la question, c'est vraiment comment démultiplier ça. Et grâce au financement mixte, on arrive à lever beaucoup d'argent. Mais ce n'est pas uniquement pour des je dirais, donner des garanties à des grandes banques commerciales sur le continent. C'est aussi parfois soutenir ou créer des fonds locaux qui vont directement appuyer les PME et notamment les jeunes ou les femmes dans leurs entreprises. Donc là, on parle d'appuyer des fonds en capital risque, mais ça peut être aussi de l'accompagnement à travers des accélérateurs, des incubateurs, ce genre de structures. Un point particulier que je voudrais mentionner, parce que en termes d'innovation, c'est pas très courant, même si ça existe depuis un moment, c'est accompagner la diaspora, ou les diasporas, notamment africaines, notamment celles qui sont en Europe, et les migrants, que ce soit notamment ceux qui sont de retour dans leur pays. Parce que finalement, il y a des dispositifs qui existent.
Can you finalize in 1 minute, Emmanuel,
Oui,
please?
sur ce point très spécifique de l'accompagnement de la diaspora, où on s'aperçoit que beaucoup de gens de la diaspora veulent investir en Afrique et ils ne savent pas forcément comment faire d'un point de vue financier. Et donc, quand ils mettent de l'argent, il y a des projets où on peut faire un top-up de leur propre contribution pour les aider à ça. Il y a plein d'autres exemples que je pourrais donner, mais je vais m'arrêter là pour laisser le temps aux questions-réponses. Merci.
Thank you very much, Emmanuel. I also did it in good time. I hope the entrepreneurs sitting around me will be asking for your card before you leave. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm not doing justice to this panel because I don't have time even to highlight some of the key points that have come out. But let me allow 2 questions. 1 minute each, 2 questions. I see a lady's hand over there and another lady over there. 2 of them, that's it. 1 here, 1 there. 2 ladies, and that's it. Yes, please.
Thank you very much. This was a session that I was looking forward to it. So we speak a lot about moving goods under this FCFTA, but goods don't move on their own, right? Truck drivers, transport workers, they are facing real barriers with visas and cross-border mobility. So let me be sharp and ask this question to ILO. Yeah? What concrete action are being taken to address labor mobilities, and what are the biggest gaps still holding this back? We know that it's important, but what's holding it back? Maybe the other question is for the businesses. We hear that Pan-African Payment and Settlement System by AfriXim and FCFTA has been operational, but many businesses here still face major bottleneck. That's what each of them mentioned. So I'm curious, have any of you used that system to transfer payment? What was your experience? That would be nice to hear. Thank you.
Very good questions. Thank you very much, and to the point. Yes, please. Follow the same model. 1 minute. Direct questions, please.
Thank you for this opportunity. My name is Efratan Matthews. I'm South Africa's Youth Forum Ambassador to the AU and Ethiopia. So my question is to the entrepreneurs. As entrepreneurs who successfully broke into regional markets, what was the biggest hurdle you faced regarding capital when trying to scale across borders, and what needs to change practically so that young women can also transition from survival entrepreneurship into competitive regional value chains? Thank you.
Excellent questions. Thank you very, very much. So the first one is to you, Andrew. It is mainly about labor mobility, but I think it's bigger than that. It's about movement of persons in general. And if we had the time, I would have been very happy to talk at length about the free movement protocol and the challenges facing. Nevertheless, you can take 1 minute to address that, Andrew, and then I will go to the colleagues to look at all the 3 to respond to these questions with 1 minute. Just 1 minute max, please. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. The ILO, of course, is doing quite a lot. We have the Continental Program, the Joint Labor and Migration for Africa Program. Through that continental framework, we have the AU that works closely with the AU migration policy framework. There's also the continental strategies related to skills as well, skills and mobility. We're also working on the portability of social security. At the REX level, there's been a lot more advances, including the SAC protocol. We are also supporting a work with the African Union with GCC countries. So there are quite a lot to talk about.
Thank you very much, Andrew. Now let me ask each of the entrepreneurs to take 1 minute, please. There are 2 questions to all of you that I would like to touch on. We have PAPS. We have been celebrating its launch. Has any of you used it? Because we still talk about payment and settlement systems as a challenge. What's your experience? And the second one was, what was the biggest hurdle that you faced? On that, I think you have already told us, but maybe if you want to take half of your 1 minute allocation, you can do that. Samahal, please. I will start from you, and I'll go this way.
Thank you. For payment systems, we haven't been using that. The way we've been setting is direct wire transfers. From Rwanda, we've been able to handle refunds. That allows us to receive the payments, but if a client doesn't want the product, we can be able to do the refunds. But from Ethiopia, unfortunately, we haven't been able to do any kind of refunds. So that's why we've been trying to partner with other payment systems within Rwanda and Kenya to do these payments. But one thing I'm very happy about is the mobile banking system through Rwanda, Uganda, and Kenya has allowed us to be able to sell to the Eastern African community. And the second question on hurdles, I think the hurdles are going to be continuing. It's a new system. Regional sales will always have those hurdles. One of the biggest things we've been able to understand is that to be able to move large goods, we've been able to move around 300 kg easily, but when we reached 2,000 kg, that was very hard for us. And size, exactly. And the next is, how do young women or young entrepreneurs break into regional market? I think you just have to go and start. There's nobody stopping us. There's nobody holding us back. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I come to you, Google it, please.
Thanks.
1 minute.
Thanks. So the question concerning PAPS, I think it's the same one. We're in Southern Africa. It's not operational for us. And then the question concerning access to finance for young women. So speaking with our context, we've been heavily reliant on individual investors. We have not been able to raise any form of financing from financial institutions. So we've had to really look inwards. In essence, a big part of our investor network for us is the Zimbabwean diaspora community. So it's people who believe in you who are most likely able to give you money. In terms of what we see moving forward, in terms of access to formal financing, I'm a big proponent, or rather my big audacious goal right now is creating a behavioral data credit bureau. I think we're leaving quite a lot of money on the table for young women within the informal spaces or within the shadow network, by not looking at that to say, when you are being able to give in money, something as small as $1 or $10, how exactly do you behave with that? So I think if we move on to that sector, we'll be able to include more people. Thank you.
Thank you, Google too. Tasha, again, 1 minute, max.
Thank you very much. So for the payment system, like my friend said, we're in Southern Africa and it's not operational. We rely on mobile money in bank system. And then the question that she asked, how young women can be able to attract financing, more especially in cross-border trade. Honestly speaking, for me in cross-border trade, before you start, I don't advise for you to seek financing because you don't know the waters you're going to dive in. You might crash or you might make it. So it's better you get a small capital like I did, and I've scaled. I started with 200 bags, but now I can do 60 tons in a month. So I advise you start small, and as you test the waters, then seek for funding. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, I just wish I would allow these panelists to continue going for another couple of hours. I cannot. Now I'm going to invite my colleague, the director of our sub-regional office, whose team did such an excellent job in organizing this panel, Eunice Kamwendo, to please come in, take 1 minute, and say a few words. Eunice, please.
Thank you so much, Malako. I really enjoyed the session, just listening to all of them. So, and thanks for giving me the opportunity to say a few words. So this is where I'm going to start from. I think it was powerful to start with the entrepreneurs, because I think that's where we're getting the practical lived experiences where all of us have to coalesce to come in and help unblock some of the challenges that we have. But if you can see also, and I know I'm yet to meet a few of the entrepreneurs, although I've engaged with them before, but all of them, I think all the three spoke around issues they started for whether it's logistics, financing, or indeed value-added products in the leather one. They're all there to solve problems. And I think that should be instructive to a lot of our young people to say, if you want to go into a business or entrepreneurship, it really is about solving a problem, whatever problem that is, as a starting point. And I think another lesson, a lesson learned from all the three of them, which I also found very useful, was how they've been successful in falling forward. Again, all of them have spoken about issues of how, they struggled, failed, started again, and so on. And I think what that tells all of us is the tenacity to keep going, but also picking up the lessons that you face along the way to be able to be successful in a business. And then I think the ending in terms of all of them, again, just presenting a lot of the challenges which all of us have spoken about is useful. A lot of the challenges, I think they've been able to work around them and solve them. But I think this is a lesson, again, to us as development partners to see where we do come alongside entrepreneurs to support. And it was therefore gratifying to hear, whether it was from Gracia Michelle Trust, A Trade, ILO, EU, and the rest of the other panelists that came with practical solutions in this regard. And I think that is where we should indeed, including ourselves as the UN and others, we should come in. And I think finally, and this is more to...
If you can finish it, please, Eunice. Thank you.
I am. UN colleagues, including ECA, I think it's to really now look at a high level, at a policy level, on all of these issues, whether it's around dispute resolution, security issues around borders that have been spoken to, PAPs. I mean, we all are celebrating around PAPs, but clearly there are issues there, and I think that sits into some of the areas that we need to work on. And finally, just again to thank my team, of course, that made my team and your team and across a board in terms of the headquarter colleagues that made this happen. And this is not the end, I think a start, and hoping that we're going to be able to continue the conversation. But thank you, all of you, for making yourselves available for this exciting session. Back to you, Malako. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Eunice. And I think tenacity is the word that I want to keep when I think about these three young ladies here. And now a final one, Mr. Mischek Gondo. 1 minute, vote of thanks, please.
Thank you very much, Melako, for driving this session. And indeed, as alluded to by the youth development model, that young people are anchors for innovation. Young people are stakeholders, and leaders for transformation. We have witnessed it in this session where young people have proffered solutions, practical solutions that would drive on the basis of Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement. And also we have heard from the institutions that are supporting the work of young people. Allow me to thank everyone, including our moderator, for today's session. As alluded to by the former speaker just now, we are going to continue. It's the Southern Africa Youth Forum, known also as SADC Youth Forum. We are proud to support young people in terms of driving this. I would like to acknowledge the co-organizers of this session, the International Labour Organization, ILO, the Southern Africa Youth Forum, SAYOF, and ECA. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think I don't have any additional time, any more time to say anything more. But please join me one more time in thanking this amazing panel. And let me also thank our Master of Ceremony for allowing me this additional 3 minutes. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Director Desta, and our esteemed panelists. Please join me in giving them another round of applause for their very engaging session. We also want to thank all moderators and panelists, as we actually had to cut your time by 10 minutes, and you have done well not to revert to the original time. Some were just 5 minutes short, but at least you gave us some time. Thank you. Distinguished participants, thank you very much for staying with us. While we may not have achieved Japanese-style precision in our timing, we have done quite well. And we sincerely appreciate your patience and engagement. We now come to our final session before we proceed to the cocktail and knowledge fair. I was told to try to engage you more by saying that the cocktail will be taking place on a terrace with a beautiful view of Addis Ababa. So please, you do not want to miss that. Now, the final session is an impact talk, which will be delivered by Ms. Marlene Emily Boss, Regional Communications and Advocacy Officer for Africa. This last panel is very enthusiastic. The session will be chaired by Ms. Kautar Mudar, Head of Partnerships and Resources at the Pan-African Youth Union. Ms. Mudar, the floor is yours. The session will run for 25 minutes. Kindly awaiting Ms. Muda and Ms. Marlene to please mount the platform.
Okay. So, Excellencies, dear distinguished guests, good afternoon or good evening. My name is Kautar Mudar, so I'm the Head of Partnerships and Resources at the Pan-African Youth Union, which is a member-led, state-led organization or as union, and we are the largest convening power mobilizing youth since 1962 in governance, institutionalized participation, capacity building, leadership development, and multi-stakeholder partnerships. So today's session is the last session, but it's going to be brief and fruitful, inshallah. So it's going to be about the impact talk. So where we're going to explain the Pact for the Future to young people and to all our stakeholders and partners. For that, let me call my dear colleague and sister, Ms. Marlene Emily Buss, who is here joining me in the stage. Then definitely she will give us more insights about the Pact for the Future. So let me just give you a very brief idea about it before getting into deep insights and information. So the Pact for the Future is a global agreement adopted by countries at the Summit of the Future in 2024. And in simple terms, it's a roadmap for creating a world that is more peaceful, fair, inclusive, and definitely sustainable. So this talk will be led by Ms. Marlene, which will walk us through the Pact for the Future to help deepen our understanding, and her presentation will guide us from understanding the Pact's key commitments toward identifying practical actions and pathways for implementation. So, Ms. Marlene, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Kautar. And hello, everyone. Good afternoon. Hope you can hear me well. Excellencies and colleagues and friends, before I start my moment, I would like to do a small exercise with you. Can I ask the colleagues to start the presentation? Yes. So I would like you to read this paragraph. Actually, let me help you with this one. We commit to promoting coherent, coordinated, inclusive, and integrated approaches that facilitate the effective implementation of nationally determined priorities through strengthened partnerships, enhanced institutional capacities, and whole-of-government and whole-of-society frameworks, while fostering policy coherence, promoting sustainable and resilient. Please be honest, how many of you zoned out? Yes. And I don't blame you at all. I've been working for the United Nations for a few years now, and I have to read these types of paragraphs, these types of texts, twice myself. But here is the more important question. What does that text actually mean? What does it mean to a young graduate in Addis Ababa? What does it mean to a woman starting a business in Dar es Salaam? What does it mean to a farmer in Senegal? What does it mean to a student in Benin? Most people wouldn't know, not because they're not smart, not because they don't care, but because we have been very good at writing for conferences, we've been very good at writing for reports, we've been very good at writing for each other, and much less good at writing for the people that those conferences and those reports are actually about. And I want to be clear about something from the start, because this is not a small problem. Because when people cannot access the language of a decision about their lives, they cannot participate in it. They cannot challenge it, they cannot own it, and they certainly cannot act on it. And language is not just a communications issue, it is an inclusion issue. And that is where this story starts. So, in September 2024, Kouter already talked about it, world leaders gathered at HQ in New York, UN HQ, for what was called the Summit of the Future. And I'm pretty sure most of you in this room have already heard about this summit. The premise was simple. The world is facing many challenges that no country can solve alone. Climate change, debt, conflict, the rise of artificial intelligence, jobs that don't exist yet for a generation entering the workforce, and also a growing crisis of trust in institutions and in each other. So leaders came together and negotiated a new agreement, and it was called the Pact for the Future, a roadmap of sorts, a promise to future generations, a commitment to do better. And the final document was 56 pages long. Thousands of words, dozens of commitments, very important commitments about education, about jobs, about the planet, about peace. And when we first looked at it at the UN Development Coordination Office, we found ourselves wondering, how many young people are actually going to read this? Not because they don't care about the future, but because we had once again written a document meant for young people about their future in a language that most young people would never really engage with. And before I'm going to tell you what we did about it, I want to pause on that for a moment, because I do think it matters more than we usually acknowledge, and especially in Africa. By 2050, more than 1 in 4 people on Earth will be African, which means that when we talk about Africa's young people, we're not talking about a niche demographic. We are actually talking about one of the most influential, one of the most consequential generations in human history. And yet, we write about their future in a language they cannot easily engage with. And we make decisions about their lives in rooms that they are often not in. The generation we most need to close that implementation gap that we're talking about at this conference, at this forum, is the same generation that we consistently exclude, amongst others, through the language that we use. So this is not just an inclusion problem, as I mentioned before. It's also an implementation problem. Because the people we need most to turn ideas into impact are often the very people that we treat as not quite ready. And perhaps that's why we still describe them using a curious phrase, youth potential. A Gen Z colleague I used to work with a while ago, she has said something to me that has stayed with me ever since. We were in a meeting talking about youth engagement, and suddenly she said, I don't really like this expression, youth potential. And I asked her why. And she said, we've been talking about youth potential for decades. If we keep calling it potential, we'll never recognize what young people are capable of today. And she was right. Potential, it's a strange word. It's a slippery word because it sounds like a compliment, but what it actually means is not quite ready, not quite yet. Not quite yet contributing, not quite yet leading, not quite yet ready. And it lets us off the hook because as long as young people have potential, we can continue to plan for their lives without really including them in it or really involving them in it. But look across Africa today. Young people are already building businesses, they're already creating jobs, they're already finding solutions to many of the challenges many governments and institutions and experts haven't come up with yet. And I'm sorry, the videos don't seem to work because of the Wi-Fi. So yeah, maybe the challenge for us is not to unlock youth potential, but maybe it is recognizing youth contribution and making young people active players in closing that implementation gap. Which brings me back to the Pact for the Future and to the question that we kept asking ourselves. So if this document, the Pact for the Future, is about their future, why are we writing in a language that they cannot really engage with? And that is when my boss made a comment that I still really like. He said, we should translate the Pact for the Future. We should translate the Pact for the Future from English to English. Not English to French, not English to Arabic, not English to Swahili. No, English to English. Take the same ideas, keep the same meaning, but make them relatable, make them understandable, and make them human. So we created what became the Gen Z Pact for the Future. We brought in a young woman from Morocco, Lina. She's a Gen Z, and she understood instinctively what her generation thinks, what they care about, and most importantly, maybe how they communicate. And she did something that none of us really could have done ourselves in our office. She wrote for her friends and not for us. So the first draft, we tested it. We shared it with young people across Africa, and we asked them for honest feedback. What landed, what felt distant, and what still needs to change in this first draft. And we went back and we reworked that first draft based on what they told us. And then we asked a very talented graphic designer, an Ethiopian graphic designer, Henok, to also make it look the part. And when it came together, it looked like this. So, I'm going to give you a few examples. I'm not sure if the videos will work, but let's try. On peace and security, important topic in the Pact for the Future. So the Pact language talks about multilateral frameworks, conflict prevention, institutional reform, but we translated it into peace starts with what you share online. Because for many young people, peace is not only negotiated in conference halls. It is shaped every day through social media and increasingly through AI. A young person who has watched a piece of misinformation or disinformation spread across their social media, who has seen how quickly a false story travels, how few people check the source of what they share online, and how difficult it is to, once a false story is out, to put it back in the box, that person will read this line and I think they will feel something click. And this is a short animation that we made. Active players. Or take youth employment. So the Pact for the Future, again, it contains very careful and precise language about structural barriers facing young people that are entering the workforce. So the original Pact sentence is on the left. Perfectly good policy language, accurate, it's technically correct, but now compare it to this. The Gen Z Pact says, degrees ready, doors closed. Fix the system, not the youth. Africa needs 15 million jobs every year just to keep up with the youth entering the workforce each year.
So that line, degrees ready, doors closed, is a description of what happens when that gap is not closed for them. Or take youth participation. Policy language often talks about meaningful youth engagement. Again, an excerpt of the original pact, and then on the right, you'll find the Gen Z version. It says, not here for the group photo, here to change policy. And of course, this challenges tokenism that we see a lot still. And I have another animation on youth engagement. I think Wi-Fi is letting us down. Let me continue. There we go. And then there was this one, and this is the final one. There's many more, but I will stop after this one. So we transformed the text, or part of the text on governance into welcome to the 21st century. The global system was built a long time ago. Africa was not in the room. And I will let that one speak for itself. So we translated the 56-page document into 5 flyers and 21 animations in both English and French. We created social media cards, key messages, action guides, ideas for local campaigns, practical ways for young people to engage with all these topics that are very important and that are in the Pact for the Future. But now, I want to be honest about something, because when we started, I thought we were solving a communications problem. Make a complicated document easier to read. Job done. But the longer I sat with it, and the more I also talked to young people across the continent, the more I realized that accessible language is not the end of the story, it is the beginning. And I see it as a chain that goes from the right language to understanding, to ownership, to action, and eventually to impact. So when the language of a document is so technical and jargony, full of jargon, that it excludes people, the first link in that chain breaks. And when that link breaks, often nothing really moves. Let me explain what I mean. Understanding, for example, fails when people read something and they think, I suppose that is important, but they cannot connect it to their own life. They have processed the words, but the meaning has not landed, and so it fades. Ownership fails when people understand an idea, but they still feel it belongs to someone else, to experts, to the UN, to governments, to institutions. So they might agree with it, they might even share it, but they do not feel responsible for it. And without that sense of responsibility, nothing also really moves. And finally, action fails when people feel ownership, but have no pathway. They care, they want to do something, but the gap between caring and doing feels too large, and so they don't. And that is why language often matters more than we tend to admit. Not because getting the words right is the final goal, but because getting the words right is often what helps make everything else possible. If a young person cannot understand what was decided in their name, that chain that I just described, for them, never even starts. And when I look at the Gen Z Pact, I kind of see all of those things coming together. The flyers and the animations, the key messages, they did not just simplify the language, but they connected global commitments to the lived experiences of everyday life of young people. For example, take peace starts with what you share online. The moment a young person reads that line, they do not just understand the idea, but they feel it is theirs. That peace is not something negotiated somewhere else by someone else, but that it's something that they participate in every single day. And that connection between global commitments and a daily reality is what turns understanding into ownership. Not the, I suppose this is important, but this is mine to act on. And then we added the action guides because we realized that, as I just mentioned, ownership is not alone is not enough. So the action guide gave young people actually, specific things that they could actually do. So the guide walks them through practical steps from organizing challenges online to developing a concrete ask or a campaign to working with others in your community. And enough of those actions, big or small, in enough communities is how commitments on paper eventually become change on the ground. Now, I think most people in this room have spent their careers trying to make things move. And I also suspect that most of you have experienced the frustration of watching something good, a piece of research, a program that worked well, not travel as far as it should have. And there's many reasons for that. Politics, resources, timing, power. So I'm not going to stand here and pretend that better language fixes all of it, but I do think that we consistently underestimate how much that first link matters. There we go. the link from language to understanding. And at this forum, more than almost any forum I've participated in or I know, we're asking exactly the right question. Not what do we know, but how do we make it move? So, let's go back to where we started. This paragraph, this wall of text. My boss said, let's translate it from English to English, and we did. But this paragraph is not unique, because most of us, or many of us, produce a version of it every week or every month. And I know this one is quite exaggerated. It can be a report, a strategy, a commitment, written carefully, with all the good intentions, in a language that most of the people it is meant for will never truly, really engage with. And when my Gen Z colleague told me that potential just means not yet, she was also talking about this paragraph and about all paragraphs like it. Every time we write like this, we are, without meaning to, saying not yet to the young people reading it. Not yet ready to understand, not yet ready to contribute. And the Gen Z Pact was a small attempt to say something different, to say, yes, you are ready. Here's what was decided, here is why it matters to you, and here is what you can actually do about it. And perhaps the same challenge exists in all of our work, because every work field, I suspect, has its own version of that 56-page policy document. So before I close, the invitation to everyone in this room is to ask the same question that we asked ourselves, and the question we should ask ourselves much more often. What in your work still needs translation? Not just in the words we use, but ultimately in who we involve, who we design for, and who we invite to the room. What have you still left untranslated? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Marlene, for these valuable insights and information. So as per the Pact for the Future, so young people, they should have a voice. They are not regular leaders of tomorrow or of today, but they are literally partners. So they need definitely to take part of the decision-making, from where governments committed to increasing youth participation in public life and policymaking. Another important point, which is that youth deserve better opportunities. The Pact encourages investment in education, skills development, entrepreneurship, which we really had many conversations and discussions today about the entrepreneurship, startups, and definitely innovation and decent jobs for young people, which we really encourage our youth to go for the part-time jobs for summer. So which is not a common culture in Africa, in our continent, but definitely nowadays, more young people, they are more aware about this importance of acquiring more experience and expertise and having different internships. Definitely for the climate action, digital and technologies that are really important, and they really need to be more inclusive and accessible for everyone. Unfortunately, in some of the regions in our continent, so they don't have access to different technologies or to AI, but the government, so they are working on that, and definitely from where they have even named the different ministers, the ICT, the AI and the technology, which they are helping in that. And the last point, and which is the most important, which is the peace and security. And this is the key element for every single development of our countries and our continent. So my last two key messages after this fruitful session is that nothing about young people should be decided without young people. The Pact of the Future is an opportunity for the youth to speak up, participate, engage, and help shape the future they want to see. We really must move from engaging youth to trusting youth, resourcing youth, and co-leading with youth, because Africa's future is not ahead of us, It is already in action and is already being shaped and delivered by young people today, and thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Marlene and Ms. Muda, for a wonderful session. Please give them one more time a round of applause. OK. Mesdames et messieurs, nos délibérations d'aujourd'hui sont maintenant terminées. Nous nous retrouverons demain à 8 heures, at 8 o'clock, et nous réjouissons de vous accueillir à nouveau. Le programme reste disponible sur le site web de l'ADIF pour consultation. Nous vous invitons maintenant à vous rendre au Forum des connaissances, animé une fois de plus par la secrétaire exécutive adjointe de la Commission économique des Nations Unies pour l'Afrique, Madame Mama Keita. Madame Keita, pourriez-vous saluer la foule afin que les participants puissent vous connaître? Merci beaucoup. Après le Forum des connaissances, nous nous dirigerons vers le cocktail qui se tiendra dans la salle des banquettes. Des personnes seront à votre disposition pour vous guider. Nous vous souhaitons une excellente soirée. Distinguished guests, this brings us to the end of today's deliberations. We will reconvene at 8 a.m. tomorrow, and we look forward to welcoming you back. The program remains available on the ADIF website for your reference. At this juncture, we invite you to proceed through the Knowledge Fair, once again led by the Deputy Executive Secretary of the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, Madam Mama Keita. Mama Keita, one more time for English. May you kindly wave your hands so that the participants can identify you. Good. The first was a French wave, the second was the English wave. All right, so she will take us to the Knowledge Fair, and after that, we will make our way to the cocktail, which will be held in the banquet hall. Ushers are on hand to guide you. We wish you all a wonderful and restful evening. Thank you.